Chapter 132. Han Fei sat in his square formation. Chun Jia and Zhang Peng shifted to Han Fei's side. They asked curiously, "Why didn't you go to Brave or Dare?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Children's play. We don't play." The two of them blushed with shame. "You're speaking as if you're not good kids." Han Fei wondered, Sister Jia, why is there only one peak-level fishing master in our village? Han Fei saw clearly that among the 5 people who came out, only Qinhai was a peak-level fishing master. Both Xiao Dabai and Chao Fei were advanced fishing masters. Although he didn't know the other 2, they were also advanced fishing masters. Not far away, Zhang Peng snorted. Because every year, peak-level fishing masters have been killed. Han Fei and the others were shocked. The peak-level fishing masters were all killed? Zhang Peng said, "This is a death match. Unless you admit defeat early, the other party will definitely kill you." He Xiaoyu said stupidly, "Aren't they all peak-level fishing masters? How did he get killed?" "Are you stupid? There's also a big gap in strength between peak-level fishing masters." Han Fei thought to himself, "Isn't this also a trial? It's a good way to cultivate more and more excellent people through this method, but it's a bit cruel." In just a few moments, the 40 people had been separated. The referee announced, "The results of the draw are Zhou Ming from the Heavenly Heart Village versus Zhao Rin from the Heavenly Fire Village. Li Sun from the Heavenly Wood Village versus Wang Kai from the Heavenly Moon Village. Zhao Dabai from the Heavenly Water Village versus Lu Feng from the Heavenly Wind Village." Soon the order of the battle was finished. In the cheers of countless people in the Heavenly Heart Village, the battle began. The first battle was between Zhou Ming from the Heavenly Heart Village and Zhao Rin from the Heavenly Fire Village. The two of them seemed to be old acquaintances. They didn't even greet each other and immediately started fighting. Han Fei was stunned, only to see Zhou Min take out a bow and shoot 7 times in a row. The 7 arrows seemed to have grown eyes and were tracking Zhao Rin from the Heavenly Fire Village. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. F*CK can track me? Han Fei remembered that ever since he saw someone in the town using a bow half a year ago, he had been looking forward to it. Standing in a stable position, dealing damage and killing the enemy with brute force, it would be a dominator in the world of weapons. Unfortunately, due to Jiang Qin's training, Han Fei had not been able to realize his wish. Now he wanted to use the bow again. Chen Jia replied, "It's a bow skill. Our village doesn't have such a powerful bow skill." Zhao Rin was completely defenseless. He was too busy dodging the arrows and couldn't even get close. Arrows were coming from all directions. Buffed! Zhao Ren was pierced by an arrow on the spot. He immediately shouted, "I surrender." However, the arrows in the air did not stop. When he shouted these 2 words, he was pierced again and was directly nailed to the ground. Zhang Peng said, "He didn't die, but he won't be able to recover within half a year. Zhou Min didn't kill him, otherwise he would have died just now." Everyone in the juvenile group looked serious. This was too powerful. Even Xiao Wushuang, who was the most talented among them, turned pale. "We can't stop this arrow." He Xiaoyu frowned. "I don't like fighting. People will die." As it turned out, people were indeed going to die. The second match was between Li Sun from Heavenly Wood Village and Wang Kai from Heavenly Moon Village. Both of them were advanced fishing masters, but Wang Kai's attack was too strong and his rod was too fast and powerful. In only 7 moves, he hit Li Sun's head with his rod and the latter died on the spot. Chen Jia looked solemn. "The arena is so horrible. There is no victory or defeat, only life and death." He Xiaoyu was a little scared. "I want to go home. I want to eat hot pot. If the enemy is too strong, we'll just surrender." Zhang Peng and Chen Jia nodded at the same time. Soon, Zhao Dabai and Lu Feng from the Heavenly Wind Village were fighting. Fortunately, both of them focused on strength. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Dabai won by a narrow margin. 1 round. 2 rounds. Among the 20 contestants, 3 people were killed, and this was under the premise that someone surrendered in advance. An advanced fishing master from the Heavenly Water Village was seriously injured. The competition for the top 20 was even more tragic, for people were killed and 1 person from the Heavenly Water Village admitted defeat at the beginning. The competition went on until the afternoon. 5 out of the 10 contestants. At this moment, Chao Fei was fighting against Shifeiyu from the Heavenly Moon Village, who was a newcomer, less than 20 years old, and used a spear. At the first contact, Chao Fei launched 3 consecutive explosions, which was extremely fierce and directly knocked Shifeiyu back dozens of meters. At this moment, Chao Fei leaped forward, roared, and bombarded with great force. However, at this moment, Han Fei suddenly roared, "Surrender!" Chao Fei was taken aback. He recognized Han Fei's voice, but he didn't understand why he would surrender when he had the upper hand. But the next moment, Shifeiyu took 3 steps back, shook the spear in his hand, and spiritual energy gathered at the tip of the spear. In an instant, the spear shot out like a dragon. Puff! The audience burst into an uproar, but the people from the Heavenly Water Village were gloomy. Chao Fei was pierced through the chest and hung on the tip of the spear. The village leader shouted, "Surrender!" Shifeiyu waved his spear casually, and Chao Fei fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his mouth. Chen Jiar muttered. "Captain," Zhang Peng shouted, "damn it." Shifeiyu smiled contemptuously. "Only fools will compete with brute force." Zhao Dabai patted his head. F***CK. Don't let me see you in the arena or I'll kill you. Dozens of minutes later, on the Heavenly Water Village's side, the village leader came back with a black face. His organs are failing. He can't be saved. Han Fei couldn't help clenching his fists. He had treated Chao Fei to hot pot more than once. This man looked fierce, but was actually very kind to others. Just at this moment, Shifeiyu glanced at Han Fei and seemed to be a little surprised by Han Fei's surrender. Han Fei glared back. If he could, he really wanted to go to the arena and kill him. Xiao Wushuang was furious. "That guy is laughing at us. Damn it, I must beat him to death." Wang Baiyu said coldly, "Then cultivate hard, try to become a peak-level fishing master and kill him." Just when everyone was angry, the referee shouted, "Zhao Dabai from the Heavenly Water Village versus Yang Pei from the Heavenly Moon Village." Xiang Nan was anxious. "Damn, why is it the Heavenly Moon Village again?" Wang Baiyu frowned. 5 out of 10 have been eliminated. Every one of them is strong. They should surrender this round. The village leader shouted, "Zhao Dabai, surrender." Zhao Dabai patted his head and roared, "Damn it, let's fight." Chao Fei and Zhao Dabai were good friends, very good friends. When Chao Fei was stabbed to death by a member of the Heavenly Moon Village, Zhao Dabai's eyes turned red. How could he not fight against the Heavenly Moon Village? Zhao Dabai jumped onto the arena. "Bastard from the Heavenly Moon Village, I'm going to avenge Chao Fei today." Yang Pei used a knife, which was propped on the ground. You're just going to die. If you surrender now, you can save your life." "Cut the crap. Let's fight." Zhao Dabai fought like crazy, throwing spiritual energy everywhere. After dozens of rounds, blood dripped from the corner of Yang Pei's mouth, while Zhao Dabai had dozens of wounds on his body. The village leader said angrily, "Zhao, surrender!" Zhao Dabai's eyes were bloodshot. "Damn it. Kill!" Clang, clang, clang. After a while, Zhao Dabai was already covered with blood and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone from the Heavenly Water Village stood up. Yang Pei was also covered with blood, which was dripping to the ground at this moment. However, he walked up to Zhao Dabai with a smile. "You don't want to surrender? Then go to hell. Surrender, everyone present." Someone suddenly said angrily, "Damn it, weren't you still fighting just now? Why did you surrender so quickly?" Someone was speechless. I thought you were AF asterisk Kingman. Someone cursed. Why didn't you surrender earlier? Zhao Dabai smiled bitterly. I have to stay alive to kill the bastards from the Heavenly Moon Village. It's not worth it to die here. Yang Pei took a deep look at Zhao Dabai. Next time we meet, you will definitely die. Zhao Dabai grinned bitterly. You really want to die? Aren't you also seriously injured? At this moment, only Qin Hai and one person from the Heavenly Wind Village were left from the 4 weaker villages of Heavenly Wood, Heavenly Rain, Heavenly Wind, and Heavenly Water. However, when they entered the arena, the one from the Heavenly Wind Village directly surrendered. But Qin Hai didn't. His opponent was from the Heavenly Sun Village, an old enemy. How could he lose without fighting? 20 minutes later, Qin Hai was carried off the arena. Like Zhao Dabai, he surrendered at the last moment and was seriously injured. The juvenile group competition was on the 2nd day, and the Heavenly Water Village stopped at the 5th place. As for Qin Hai and Zhao Dabai, they needed to be treated immediately and then sent back to the Heavenly Water Village to recuperate. In the end, Qin Hai held his breath and called Han Fei over. Qin Hai was still vomiting blood, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I know you are very strong. Chao Fei said that you are much stronger than him. I believe him. Cough, cough. Tomorrow, show us the power of the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei nodded very seriously. Okay, I'll kill them all tomorrow. Unfortunately, you can't see it. Qin Hai smiled bitterly. I really want to see it. Read 2. Chapter 133. The next day, Han Fei said to the crowd in silence, I'm going to call the roll now. Xiao Wushuang, He Xiao Yu, Chen Zhou, Luo Chu, the 4 of you follow me. Qin Zhou and Luo Chu were the 2 who betrayed them. Han Fei said he would give them a chance, so he gave them a chance. As for the other 3 who had been knocked down by Xiao Wushuang, they were not so lucky. After returning, they would definitely be severely punished or even disabled. Xiangnan hurriedly grabbed Han Fei. Hey, Han Fei, why didn't you count me in? I'm almost recovered. I can still fight. Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. Bullshit. You have such a big wound on your stomach. If they use their strength, their intestines will be punched out. Wang Baiyu hesitated. Actually, you are the most seriously injured. I bet you will be knocked down before you can even take out your weapon. Han Fei looked at Qin Qing and Jia Tong. One was limping and the other was still hanging. How could they still fight? Xiao Wushuang smiled. Hey, just you wait. Watch me show off my might. He Xiaoyu pouted. I want to find a contractual spiritual beast that can help me fight. Han Fei shook his head slightly. You should become an advanced fishing master first. In the future, you will know that the rare spiritual fish in the level 1 fishery are not very useful. He Xiaoyu scoffed. Humph. I'm also very strong. Han Fei let He Xiaoyu fight because he knew that He Xiaoyu had also practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Han Fei knew that if they really fought, this girl would definitely be fierce. The others were indignant and could only sit in the auditorium. Xiangnan grabbed Wang Baiyu and said, Wang Baiyu, I'm not bragging, but if I'm fine, I can at least beat 2 of them. Wang Baiyu nodded absent-mindedly. Okay. Xiangnan hurriedly said, Don't be so cold. Jia Tong, do you think I can beat them? Jia Tong was not in the mood to talk to him. Maybe. Xiangnan was speechless. What do you mean, maybe? Qin Qing, what do you think? Qin Qing said disdainfully, Stop bragging. I vaguely remember when you fought with He Xiaoyu in the town. You even beat her to her knees. Xiangnan curled his lips and said, What do you guys know? Even if you guys go up against her, you'd still kneel. She's just like a girl when she's not fighting, but when she's fighting, she's not like a girl at all. Han Fei led them to the preparation area. He glanced at Chen Zhou and Luo Chu and said, Your fate is entirely in your hands. My request is not high. Kill one person, and if you can't, at least cripple them." The two looked at each other and nodded heavily. In fact, they were a little glad. After witnessing the prosperity of the town, no one wanted to return to the village. In this battle, they had to risk their lives. Soon, the audience seats were filled with people, and the competition began. The referee quickly drew out the name list. Wei Hua from the Heavenly Fire Village versus Xia Wushuang from the Heavenly Water Village. Holy shit, many people were dumbfounded. It was as if a match had just begun, and someone was already using a big move. Everyone knew that Xia Wushuang's strength was definitely not bad, and Wei Hua was the team leader of the Heavenly Fire Village. Between the two of them, there was a 50-50 chance that they would win. Xia Wushuang was as calm as an elegant young master, and said calmly, "It's just Wei Hua. I'll defeat him within 100 moves." Han Fei asked suspiciously, "Are you sure?" The referee continued to read. Shin Tong from the Heavenly Moon Village versus Lu Yang from the Heavenly Wind Village. The audience cheered again, and many people were excited again. The referee was really good at this. Captain versus captain, no one could compete with him. The referee also looked at his own hand and murmured, "Is it gilded?" Then Wang Xiaoyu from the Heavenly Rain Village versus Lin Yi from the Heavenly Sun Village. Han Fei from the Heavenly Water Village versus Qiu Shu from the Heavenly Heart Village. Han Fei didn't know him, so he didn't take it seriously. His eyes fell on the field. Xia Wushuang against Wei Hua. It was not a big deal. He had to be ready to remind him to admit defeat at any time. On the field, Wei Hua said, "I thought I would meet that fatty, but I didn't expect to meet you. We didn't meet in the town, but here. Let's have a try." Xia Wushuang added, "You should be glad that you met me. If you really met Han Fei, I bet you would be killed by him." Wei Hua snorted coldly, and with a flash between his eyebrows, he shouted, "Fuse!" Xia Wushuang also shouted, "Fuse!" In an instant, Wei Hua threw out dozens of black spikes, which were so fast that they made a sound of friction with the air. Xia Wushuang's face changed slightly, and he waved the rod in his hand extremely fast. Clank, 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 puff! Xia Wushuang frowned, and a black spike brushed past his shoulder. This guy was an exotic ball fish. Illusion. His eyes turned white, and Wei Hu on the opposite side staggered and shot dozens of black spikes in a row, but they were not shot in Xia Wushuang's direction at all. Xia Wushuang approached quickly with his rod. Explode! Wei Hu was immediately sent flying. Puff! Wei Hu vomited a mouthful of blood. He Xiaoyu shouted from the sidelines, "Good job! Beat him to death! Beat him hard!" On the side of the Heavenly Fire Village, a group of teenagers looked solemn, and someone said, "Captain is in trouble." Xia Wushuang has awakened an extremely rare human-faced crab, which has the ability to create illusions. Captain is trapped. Wei Hu flipped over and shot a string of black spikes, but Xia Wushuang didn't block them. He dodged them and quickly approached him. At this moment, Wei Hu shouted, "Explode!" With Wei Hua as the center, hundreds of black spikes shot out in all directions. Obviously, this move was beyond Xia Wushuang's expectation. It was too late for him to retreat. Clank, clank, clank. Puff, puff, puff! Xia Wushuang vomited a mouthful of blood and was pierced by at least 5 black spikes of spiritual energy. At this moment, his face was pale, and he seemed to fall at any time. "Good job, Captain." So what if it's an illusion? The ball fish attacks indiscriminately. Xia Wushuang gritted his teeth. "I don't believe you can use this trick all the time." Immediately, a phantom of a human-faced crab appeared behind Xia Wushuang. As the crab's claws trembled, Wei Hu fought with the air. Left, right. Black spikes shot out from the left, and black spikes shot out from the back. Xia Wushuang approached again and hit Wei Hu's head with a long rod. Thud! A ball fish appeared on Wei Hu's head, and both the ball fish and Wei Hu flew out. In midair, Wei Hu vomited blood and shot out hundreds of black spikes again. A few minutes later, Xiao Wushuang, covered in blood, struggled to stand, while Wei Hor lay motionless on the ground. Wei Hor gritted his teeth. Admit defeat, Xiao Wushuang cursed. Damn, I almost killed him. With that, Xiao Wushuang fell back. Han Fei went up and carried Xiao Wushuang back, and Xiao Yu quickly stuffed medicine into Xiao Wushuang's mouth. Wang Baiyu said, "It's not bad that we can win. Unfortunately, this guy is too seriously injured. I'm afraid he will admit defeat in the next game." The challenge was very fast. The wind, rain, and water villages basically couldn't last more than 5 minutes. After a while, beside Han Fei, Qinzhou stood up. The referee announced, Qinzhou from the Heavenly Water Village versus Liang Xia from the Heavenly Sun Village. As soon as the two entered the arena, Liang Xia smiled. I thought that even if it wasn't Wang Baiyu, it should at least be Xiang Nan. I didn't expect it to be you, Qinzhou. You can also play in the competition? Qinzhou didn't speak. His spiritual beast was an iron-head fish, which was not very good. Although his weapon was not a rod, the explosive power of the axe was better than a rod. Fuse! Both sides shouted at the same time and then ran forward crazily. Chop! Liang Xia used a rod, so he was not afraid of this kind of chop. He shouted and was ready to fight with Qinzhou. Bam! In an instant, a strong light burst from the axe. Liang Xia didn't expect Qinzhou to be so desperate. Half of his spiritual energy was gathered in the axe. Did he think he was a fishing master? Liang Xia was sent flying. As soon as he got up, Qinzhou's axe came at him. Stab! Liang Xia sneered and stabbed his long rod at Qinzhou like a sword. Puff! The long rod directly penetrated Qinzhou's lower abdomen, and the latter's eyes were bloodshot. Qinzhou shouted, Chop! Liang Xia was shocked. Do you want to die? Do you want to take my stab? The next second, Liang Xia was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the axe was already coming. Crack! Liang Xia had never encountered such a reckless fight. Under the axe, one of his arms fell off. However, Qinzhou held his breath. I can't lose, I can't lose. If I lose, even if I don't die, my life will be over. Bam! Qinzhou hit Liang Xia with his head, which stunned the screaming Liang Xia, and then he chopped down with his axe. But a crayfish suddenly appeared above Liang Xia's head, and under the axe the crayfish's shell was split in half. Puff! Qinzhou fell on his back. Unfortunately, his desperate blow still failed to kill the opponent. Read 2. Chapter 134. Liang Xia's spiritual beast was killed. This was the first spiritual beast to die. If Qinzhou had been holding a stick, he wouldn't have died. But Qinzhou was holding an axe, and with a full-force blow, even the crayfish was cut in half. Gu Longyu was furious. Bastard, I'll kill him. At this time, Han Fei had already reached the field. He carried Qinzhou back and ran while shouting, Wang Bai Yao Yao. Qinzhou smiled bitterly. I still didn't succeed. Han Fei, however, was very anxious. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. It's the same as killing him. Qinzhou grabbed Han Fei's clothes. I am not a traitor. Han Fei nodded. Yes. Then Qinzhou fainted. Wang Baiyu quickly poured the medicine into Qinzhou's mouth and said, This is the only fatal wound. There is a high chance that he can survive. At that moment, the village chief arrived. He glanced at Qinzhou and said, Leave it to me. Everyone present was stunned. In the Heavenly Wood Village, Miao Mumu was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Water Village has changed. In the Heavenly Rain Village, Yun Qian took a deep breath. How domineering. This is a real life and death battle. In the Heavenly Heart Village, Fong Qing's eyes flashed. How ruthless. In the spectator seats, countless people were stunned. Up until now, they had never seen such a clean and neat battle. The entire battle did not last more than 10 seconds. 2 axes to decide life and death. On the side of the Heavenly Water Village, many people had tears in their eyes. Why did a child have to bear all this? Luo Chu's expression turned serious. Qin Zhou had already won this battle in everyone's hearts, but what about him? Could he be like Qin Zhou and carve out a path for himself? After a while, the referee announced, Pei Heng from the Heavenly Heart Village versus Luo Chu from the Heavenly Water Village. Luo Chu took a deep breath and went up the stage with his rod. Fuse. Kill. Pei Heng seemed to be aware of this and snorted. Do you think I'm an idiot like Liang Xia? Pei Heng shouted, Battle Soul Skill, Strangulation. A long tail shadow directly strangled Luo Chu. Explode. Luo Chu's strike was like a hammer, and half of his spiritual energy was blasted out. Bang! Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Admit defeat! In the end, before Luo Chu could say anything, the saber in Pei Heng's hand flashed. In the next moment, Luo Chu fell to the ground, blood flowing from his neck. Han Fei's face was black and his heart was trembling. He glanced in the direction of the Heavenly Heart Village and then at the audience, who were cheering wildly. He hadn't expected the third match. In the past, if he didn't kill, he would die. But what was the point of this competition? Han Fei silently carried Luo Chu back. It was hopeless. He was killed with one stab. He Xiaoyu, your opponent, is also from the Heavenly Heart Village, right? Kill. With tears on her face, He Xiaoyu nodded hard. She did not hate Luo Chu. In fact, it was Hu Kuin who instigated him. If he hated her, he would only hate Hu Kuin. Wang Baiyu frowned. That Pei Heng is not from our academy, so we don't know his strength. If I had known, I would have asked him to admit defeat. Xia Wushuang struggled to sit up. I can still fight. Han Fei glared at him. Shut up. On the other side, Fong Qing said lightly, We've become enemies. Pei Heng, who had just returned, sneered. So be it. When have the people of Heavenly Heart Village been afraid? The referee announced, He Xiaoyu from the Heavenly Water Village versus Luo Yin from the Heavenly Heart Village. On the field, He Xiaoyu pointed at Luo Yin with her bamboo stick. Although you are a girl, I'm going to beat you to death. Luo Yin smiled. Haha, are the people of the Heavenly Water Village so arrogant now? Isn't He Xiaoyu a crybaby? I remember how many times you cried in the town. Alas, I can't count them all. Fuse! He Xiaoyu shouted, and little red entered her body. Suddenly, He Xiaoyu's whole body was burning with flames. This was the difference between an exotic spiritual beast and an ordinary spiritual beast. Luo Yun's face changed slightly, but then a sapphire color appeared on her body and a pair of rotating pincers appeared. Xia Wushuang said, Sapphire Crab, a rare creature with strong attack power. Han Fei knew that the Sapphire Crab's 2 big pincers were like 2 drills, but Han Fei smiled and said, I won. Xia Wushuang. Xiang Nen asked, How did you win? The battle had already begun. He Xiaoyu's long stick was burning with flames, and every blow of the stick would bring a pillar of fire. Seeing the rotating drill, He Xiaoyu rushed at it head-on. Luo Yin smiled disdainfully. Are you stupid? I'm a sapphire crab. Clang! With just one blow, Luo Yun's face changed drastically. How could He Xiaoyu's strength be so great and domineering? Clang, clang. He Xiaoyu played with the stick in her hand as if it were a part of her body, picking, stabbing, sweeping, chopping, flicking, and swinging. Luo Yin was directly hit into the air and didn't even fall to the ground. I admit, smack, He Xiaoyu's stick hit Luo Yun's mouth and broke all her teeth. But was it really over? Little Red was a fish of flames. Wherever it was hit by He Xiaoyu, it was burning. Ah, I admit. BM, the second time Luo Yin admitted defeat, countless people from the Heavenly Heart Village were shouting. She admitted defeat. Referee, she violated the rules. Fong Qing also shouted to the referee, We have already admitted defeat. He Xiaoyu was fighting hard. She had the ability to stop Luo Yin from opening her mouth. But suddenly a hand blocked her stick. The referee announced, "The other party has admitted defeat." He Xiaoyu froze for a moment. When did she admit defeat? The referee replied, "Even half a word can be regarded as admitting defeat." On the side of the Heavenly Water Village, a group of people roared, "Bullsh! *T. Admit defeat? Who knows what she will admit?" The referee warned, "Warning, boys from the Heavenly Water Village, if you speak rudely again, you will be expelled directly." Xiao Wushuang was unwilling to give up and still wanted to speak, but he was pressed down by Han Fei. "Shut up. Let me do it." He Xiaoyu stomped her feet angrily. How could she do this? I interrupted her. At this time, someone in the audience threw things at He Xiaoyu and cursed, "*TCH. Why didn't you admit defeat, you from the Heavenly Water Village? Don't let me meet you in the fishery next time. You're courting death." Han Fei shouted to the audience with his stick, "You from the Heavenly Heart Village, come to me if you dare." "Who the *CK do you think you are?" "Damn, fatty." Swish, with a flash of cold light, a flying knife broke through the air and pierced the hand of the man who called him fatty, and blood gushed out. The referee was furious, pointing at Han Fei and shouting, "You from the Heavenly Water Village, stop, or I can expel you now." Han Fei turned around and pointed at the referee with his stick. "What? Let the people from the Heavenly Heart Village insult us? Is this how the people from the Heavenly Heart Village are taught? You can kill others, but if I beat your people, I'll beat you too. If you are unfair, believe it or not, I will beat you too." Hiss! When he said the last sentence, the whole audience was silent. What did this kid say? He even beat the referee? Is he crazy? The people from the other villages were all stunned. Mumu folded her fists on her chest. "Oh my God! This fatty is so domineering, so fierce. Wow, so domineering." Gu Longyu disdainfully said, "Idiot, he even wants to beat the referee. I don't want to say anything to him. He can be beaten to death." Wei Hui sneered, "He's crazy. I actually like this fatty a little bit." Shin Tong said, "Arrogant and ignorant, he is digging his own grave." At this moment, the village leader of the Heavenly Water Village came back and shouted angrily, "Han Fei, shut up! What are you doing?" Han Fei waved at He Xiaoyu and then said to the stands, "If you treat me unfairly again, I will challenge you one by one. You are all trash." The village leader scolded, "Han Fei, shut up!" Han Fei scratched his belly. Okay, I will shut up." Xia Wushuang swallowed. "Damn, when can I be as crazy as him?" Wang Baiyu shook his head. "You have no chance. You will be beaten to death immediately." Xiang Nan asked, "Won't he be beaten to death?" Jia Tong replied, "Not really. Even the big scorpion didn't kill him." Chun Qing took a deep breath. I believe you." Everyone in the juvenile team of the Heavenly Heart Village was furious. This was a blatant provocation. It was too crazy, too crazy. Fong Qing scolded, "Calm down. Don't forget, if Xiaoyu is so powerful, why is Han Fei the captain?" Not long after, it was Han Fei's turn. The referee was also full of anger at the moment and took a deep look at Han Fei. Han Fei from the Heavenly Water Village versus Lin Yuan from the Heavenly Moon Village. In the auditorium. Beat him to death. Kill this fatty. He is too arrogant. He must think he is in the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei walked onto the field with a stick, and in the angry shouts of the audience, he made a contemptuous thumbs down gesture to everyone. Then he inserted the stick into the ground and crooked his finger at Lin Yuan opposite him. Lin Yuan was furious. What does this mean? Don't you want to use weapons? Shin Tong, the captain of the Heavenly Moon Village, shouted. Lin Yuan, be careful. Go all out. Read 2. Chapter 135. Han Fei had angered the public. Now, except for the people of the Heavenly Water Village, almost everyone wanted Han Fei to be killed. On the Heavenly Moon Village's side, someone said, "Don't worry. Lin Yuan's spiritual beast is an armored turtle. Even if he is defeated, this fatty can't kill him." Someone wondered, "I don't know what this fatty's soul is. If it's an exotic spiritual beast, it will be difficult." However, when Lin Yuan shouted, "Fuse," Han Fei didn't even open his mouth. Lin Yuan was furious. "Damn, fatty, since you want to die, I'll help you." "Kill!" Lin Yuan rushed at him, and the long knife in his hand was overflowing with knife energy. The long knife was only a few meters away from Han Fei, but Han Fei still didn't move. Someone in the audience was speechless. Is this fatty stupid? But at the next moment, when the long knife was about to reach Han Fei's door, Han Fei slightly twisted his body. In the blink of an eye, a knife had been inserted into Lin Yuan's chest and penetrated directly. Han Fei pulled out the knife, wiped it on Lin Yuan's clothes, and then pulled out the rod and walked back. It was not until Han Fei walked 5 or 6 meters away that he saw Lin Yuan fell to the ground. For a moment, the audience was silent. On the Heavenly Water Village's side, Xiang rubbed his eyes. No way. I didn't see him pull out the knife. Xia Wushuang grinned. Cool. He killed the opponent without moving. He is very strong. Wang Baiyu's mouth twitched. He suddenly wondered how strong Han Fei was. Why could he survive the red-tailed Scorpion King? Before the referee shouted, the people of the Heavenly Moon Village had already rushed up. Someone roared angrily. There was no time to save him. He was already dead. In the courtroom, the village leader of the Heavenly Moon Village took a deep look at Old Zhao. Who is this person? Is he studying in the town? Old Zhao said leisurely, half a year ago, a teacher from the 3rd Academy in the town specially came to the Heavenly Water Village to invite him, but he refused. Hearing this, all the village leaders present looked at Old Zhao. In everyone's view, the opportunity to go to the town school was precious, but it was refused by a boy. Old Zhao was very happy at the moment. He deserves to be a guy who has been practicing hard for half a year. If you know that this guy is also a spirit gatherer, will you be shocked speechless? And if Old Zhao knew that Han Fei was still a soul warrior, he would probably be speechless. Han Fei sat down and looked at He Xiaoyu. Am I handsome? He Xiaoyu snorted. If you are not so fat. A moment later, the 20-10 lucky draw began. This time, Han Fei drew a person from the Heavenly Sun Village named Che Jia. Wang Baiyu said, I know this guy. His spiritual beast is a 3-headed snake and he uses double knives. It doesn't matter how many times it takes. Over at Heavenly Sun Village, Gu Longyu asked, Che Jia, do you want to admit defeat? This fatty isn't simple. Even if Lin Yuan isn't strong, he shouldn't have died so easily. Che Jia frowned. I have a 3-headed snake body defense and a spiritual energy protective cover, so I shouldn't be killed in one blow. I'll admit defeat after one blow. I want to see if he will use his spiritual beast. Gu Longyu thought for a while. Che Jia was very strong, on the same level as Wei Hua and Xiao Wushuang. The 3-headed snake could spit out 3 kinds of ice flames, so it should be impossible to be killed in one blow. On the field, the manipulator Miao Mumu directly manipulated the spiritual plant to seal the opponent. Han Fei got up and said lightly, Okay, it's my turn. When Han Fei walked onto the field again, although there were still people clamoring for his death, there were very few people now. This fatty didn't look simple at first glance. He didn't even use his spiritual beast to kill Lin Yuan just now. His rod was stuck in the ground. Fang Qing said lightly, Che Jia is very strong. Let's see how far he can push Han Fei. Fang Qing didn't say that Che Jia could win. In her opinion, it was impossible for him to defeat Han Fei in close combat. On the field, Han Fei stuck his rod in the ground and continued to wave at Che Jia. Che Jia shouted, Asshole, do you think I am Lin Yuan? Han Fei, use your spiritual beast. Han Fei thought for a while. My spiritual beast is a spirit swallowing fish. It's useless. What? The audience was in an uproar. Spirit swallowing fish? Are you *king kidding me? Gu Longyu was dumbfounded. No wonder this guy has never shown his spiritual beast. Spirit swallowing fish? Shintong smiled. Haha, it seems that he can't use his spiritual beast. In this case, he is strong in close combat. If he attacks from afar, Che Jia snorted. Humph. Fuse. Attach. Spiritual energy protective cover. Che Jia fused with the three-headed snake and fused with the rare creature lightning crab. So he added a spiritual energy protective cover to his body. He had regarded Han Fei as the strongest enemy in his life. Kill! The two knives attacked Han Fei from above and below, but this was not his real killing move. His real killing move was the three ice flames. When Che Jia approached, he saw a flash of knife light. The spiritual energy protective cover was broken. The lightning crab fused with him. The three-headed snake flew out to protect its master, and its three heads fell to the ground. Che Jia's double knives finally cut Han Fei, but why did they make a clang? Che Jia was about to admit defeat when a cold light flashed. From then on, he never had a chance to speak again. Admit defeat after one blow? How could he admit defeat? Hiss! The field fell silent again. Han Fei said casually, "If one cut doesn't work, then two." At this moment, in the Heavenly Sun Village, no one dared to challenge Han Fei on Gu Longyu's side. Was he still a human? Che Jia could be regarded as a powerhouse second only to him. Two cuts. That was in the blink of an eye. Was there any difference between two cuts and one cut? Not only Gu Longyu, but all the contestants were horrified. Was that a human body? Isn't that *King steel? How could they fight him? He stood still, and they couldn't even break his defense. Fang Qing's pupils shrank. Everyone be careful. If you encounter Han Fei in close combat, just admit defeat. Han Fei returned to his seat, and everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. He Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time. Are you really an intermediate fishing master? Han Fei thought for a while. I just used the power of an intermediate fishing master. The corners of Xiao Wushuang and the other's mouths twitched. This guy didn't even use any combat skills. He just stood there and didn't even pull out his rod. Then his opponent was killed. This kind of person couldn't even use his trump card. How could they fight him? Xiao Wushuang sighed. Forget it. I wanted to find time to fight with you. Forget it. I'd better go back to the town to challenge those strong masters. Xiao Wushuang was afraid that his illusion would be useless to Han Fei and he would rush up stupidly. Then he would be killed by Han Fei. Half an hour later, 5 out of 10 lots were drawn. Only Miao Mumu from the Wind, Rain, and Wood villages was selected, and Han Fei happened to draw her. Miao Mumu immediately raised her hand. I admit defeat. The referee, Han Fei, also twitched his mouth. The battle hasn't started yet, and you've already admitted defeat. How strong is your desire to survive? But the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Han Fei is not selected. Let him enter the top 5. If he killed his opponent with one cut, how embarrassing would the scene be? However, although Han Fei entered the top 5, he Xiaoyu drew Shintong, the captain of the juvenile team of the Heavenly Moon Village. Han Fei looked at Wang Baiyu. Wang Baiyu explained, Shintong, an exotic spiritual beast with the tentacles of Buddha's hand. It can absorb the opponent's spiritual energy and has a long attack range. Use a stick. Han Fei nodded and looked at He Xiaoyu. You can win, right? He Xiaoyu hesitated and thought for a while. I think so. Han Fei nodded. Just don't let the Buddha's hand touch you. He Xiaoyu nodded hard. The Buddha's hand is like a bloody anemone. It's disgusting. Han Fei seemed to think of something bad. There will always be more disgusting things in the future. The others were speechless. Are you serious? Are you sure you're going to win or lose? Disgusting. That thing is very powerful, okay? It took half an hour before it was He Xiaoyu's turn. Those who had advanced were Han Fei, Fang Qing, Gulongyu, and a girl from the Heavenly Heart Village, Zhu Jin. He Xiaoyu was about to go up when she heard Han Fei say, "If you can't beat him, just admit defeat." He Xiaoyu nodded. Okay, read 2. Chapter 136. In the arena, the moment Shin Tong fused with a spiritual beast, countless tentacles stretched out behind him like long whips. He Xiaoyu's whole body was on fire, and she dodged crazily in the arena. Every time the long whips were about to hit her, He Xiaoyu seemed to have expected it. Her delicate body would always make some weird postures, as if she could easily avoid the whips of the tentacles. The whole audience was shocked. People generally didn't have such strong requirements for girls as boys. If she was chosen, many people wouldn't be able to bear it. Xiao Wushuang glanced at Han Fei and said leisurely, "Han Fei, why do I feel that you seem to know He Xiaoyu's weird moves too?" Xiangnan asked, "Are you two in love? That's why you learned a set of mysterious moves with him that no one else knows." Han Fei's face was black. "Go away. That's what Fang Zhe taught us. We can't teach it to others." Wow, everyone was shocked. Fang Zhe had actually secretly taught them battle skills. This was too much. Why didn't they have such good luck? Wang Baiyu frowned. But although He Xiaoyu can avoid those tentacles, Shin Tong's attacks seem a bit too dense. How can He Xiaoyu approach him? Han Fei shook his head. She lost this game. If He Xiaoyu had learned a battle skill, she might have one. This is how melee fighters fight ranged fighters. If you can't get close, you can't win. Sure enough, He Xiaoyu was very aggrieved on the field. Shin Tong was too much. How could he have so many tentacles? It was hard for her to get close to him. He Xiaoyu was angry and threw out the bamboo rod in her hand with a swish, directly pressing all the spiritual energy in her body. Several tentacles were directly blown up, but they still couldn't block the power of the rod. Shin Tong was hit by the rod and was knocked 4 or 5 meters away, vomiting a mouthful of blood. But before Shin Tong fought back, He Xiaoyu shouted, "Admit defeat. Even if I can't beat you, I'll hit you." Shin Tong's face turned red with anger. How can she do this? He Xiaoyu walked over slowly to pick up the rod, and when she walked to Shin Tong, she said seriously, "It's useless for you to enter the top 5. You are destined to lose." Shin Tong snorted. "Is it any of your business?" He Xiaoyu came back angrily. "We can't beat him." Han Fei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if I can't beat him. At least I'm confident." The rest of the team heaved a sigh of relief. No one knew if it was intentional or not. Shin Tong met the girl named Zhu Jin from the Heavenly Water Village. The girl used a bow in the first round, and her powerful archery skills confirmed the usefulness of bows. Shin Tong, this tentacle monster, did not even last for 5 minutes. She was a ranged attacker, and her opponent was even further away than her. Her tentacles could not reach him at all, and it was only a matter of time before she lost. Unfortunately, Gulongyu met Fang Qing. To everyone's surprise, Gulongyu didn't even enter the ring. He directly shouted that he gave up, which surprised many people. Gulongyu sat in his seat and snorted. "Do you think I'm stupid? Fang Qing can lead the Heavenly Heart Village. Do you really think she's weak?" So the next scene was very awkward. There were only 2 people left in the Heavenly Heart Village, Zhu Jin and Fang Qing, and Han Fei was the only one left in the Heavenly Water Village. Even if Han Fei was defeated, he still became the dark horse of this resource competition, leading the Heavenly Water Village to the highest score in history, 2nd place. Seeing that the referee was about to draw lots, Han Fei suddenly stood up and said, "No need. The remaining 2, come at me together." Everyone, the referee, Fang Qing, and Zhu Jin were shocked. Was he serious? Fang Qing knew that Han Fei was very strong, but she didn't know her true identity. In this case, he wanted to fight against two people alone. The audience was boiling. Beat him. That's what he said. Let's fight him together. He's so arrogant. The referee repeated, Han Fei, are you sure you want to challenge two people at the same time in the field? Han Fei snorted. It's the last round. Let's solve it once and for all. The referee ignored him but looked at Fang Qing and Zhu Jin. What do you two think? If you two don't agree, we'll continue to draw lots. Fang Qing said decisively, okay. Fang Qing was doubting Han Fei's strength. Han Fei hadn't used any combat skills yet, and according to her observation, his defensive ability was too strong. Che Jie's two knives were very strong, but they didn't even leave a mark on Han Fei's body. Han Fei walked onto the field and scratched his belly. Smart, but it's a pity that you are two girls. I don't like killing people, let alone bullying girls. It's a pity that Pei Hung lost. Otherwise, as long as he dares to come up, I promise he won't admit defeat. On the players' bench, Pei Hang's face turned green. He was angry in his heart, but he didn't say anything. His strength was not much higher than Che Jie's. If he really went up to the field, he would be killed by Han Fei with 2 or 3 knives. Old Zhao's face was all black. Why are you pretending now? Just finish the game and take the first place and leave. On the field, Fang Qing whispered a few words to Zhu Jin. Immediately, the two women shouted at the same time, Fuse! Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. At the moment Fang Qing fused, she disappeared. Invisibility. No, it's just a camouflage. Han Fei keenly felt that there was more than one sound piercing through the air. Zhu Jing's arrows were piercing through the air, but he felt something was wrong. Han Fei suddenly tilted his head, and the 2 knives in his hands suddenly cut through the air beside him. With a clang, someone was retreating continuously. Han Fei was about to chase after him, but 3 spiritual energy arrows blocked his way. Clank, clank, clank. With 3 slashes, the 3 arrows of spiritual energy were directly smashed, and the air around Han Fei was shaking. Humph, again. The audience only saw Han Fei's body suddenly lean to one side, and a knife suddenly surged with spiritual energy. He waved it out as fast as lightning, and a violent explosion broke out in the air. Fang Qing's figure appeared, gliding on the ground at this moment. Han Fei swung the knife in his hand and casually smashed a spiritual energy arrow shooting from behind. He felt like a big devil at this moment, looking at Fang Qing with a playful look. Han Fei asked, What else can you do? Continue. Fang Qing was shocked. She could feel that the blow that Han Fei used was only the strength of an intermediate fishing master. How was it possible? As a hunter, even a peak-level fishing master had to avoid her attack when she burst out her power in an instant. How could he block it so easily? Xiao, Jin, arrow rain. Fang Qing disappeared again, and Zhu Jin shot an arrow into the sky. When the arrow fell, it had become a dense rain of arrows, which undoubtedly destroyed Han Fei's perception and hearing of Fang Qing. Han Fei muttered, Not bad. Attach. 7 tails suddenly appeared behind Han Fei, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and pressed the purple bamboo rod. In everyone's eyes, Han Fei was obviously playing cool. The sky was full of arrows and Fang Qing was lurking around, but this guy just stood there holding the rod in one hand and playing cool. Some people were also surprised. What was Han Fei's contractual spiritual beast? Why did it have tails? Also, why did the tail look like a chain? When the dense rain of arrows fell, the 7 chains behind Han Fei moved. Clank, clank, clank. After staying in the rain of arrows for 5 seconds, Han Fei suddenly roared and made a 360-degree turn with the purple bamboo rod in his hand. The purple bamboo rod, which was infused with spiritual energy, drew a shining circle in the air. At this moment, Fang Qing's figure appeared. In order to avoid Han Fei's sweep, She jumped up directly and stabbed the dagger in her hand at Han Fei. However, when Fong Qing saw the playful smile at the corner of Han Fei's mouth, she was shocked. She had underestimated her opponent. Han Fei suddenly inserted the rod into the ground, pulled it violently and bounced it off. BM, Fong Qing was bounced off and vomited a mouthful of blood. Han Fei didn't look at her at all, but quickly took the fishing rod from his back. With a swish, the fishing rod broke through the air and shot directly at Zhu Jin. Zhu Jin frowned and shot arrows in his hand, but the fish hook seemed to have eyes and was dodging. Xiao Wushuang was shocked. Damn, hook technique. When did this guy learn such a powerful hook technique? The audience had already forgotten to shout at this moment. Who is this fatty? He's too abnormal. Does he think he's playing with children? At the moment when Zhu Jin wanted to escape, the fish hook suddenly accelerated, tied her up, and then retracted the rod. Han Fei sneered. What's the difference between a human and a fish? Since I can fish, I can also fish people. From behind, Fong Qing attacked again. This time, Han Fei didn't even look back. He pulled the purple bamboo rod inserted into the ground and flicked it again at the moment when Fong Qing attacked. Fong Qing was smashed away again, and Zhu Jin was caught in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei let go of the fishing rod and grabbed the longbow in Zhu Jin's hand with one hand. I thought there would be a great fishing master among you, but unfortunately there isn't. How disappointing. Read 2. Chapter 137. Han Fei slapped Zhu Jin's lower abdomen and directly disabled her. It was not that he was cruel, but because Zhu Jin was very powerful. If he didn't disable her, she would be killed by the people of the Heavenly Water Village in the future. Han Fei picked up the longbow and pulled the bowstring, which scared Fong Qing, and she hurriedly dodged. However, this time she really overestimated Han Fei. Han Fei's shooting skills were very poor. He shot more than a dozen times in a row, but failed to hit Zhu Jin. Han Fei held the longbow and muttered, "Keep running. I'll try again. Don't worry. I'll hit her soon." Fong Qing's face darkened. Is he humiliating us? Fong Qing was sullen. I admit defeat. Han Fei said regretfully, Don't you want to continue? Zhu Jin recovered from the severe pain. Her face was pale and her eyes were dull. She felt Han Fei's power at the moment she touched him. At that moment, she felt that as long as Han Fei moved his hand, she would be beheaded immediately. Han Fei said coldly, "Don't blame me. I'm not completely disabled. I can recultivate, but it's impossible for me to become a fishing master again." The audience was terribly quiet. The Heavenly Heart Village audience had never thought that they would lose. They won every year. What happened today? The Heavenly Water Village exploded? Not only Han Fei, but many people also exploded and fought with their lives on the line. The referee was silent for a long time. In the juvenile group, the Heavenly Water Village wins. But after the comprehensive evaluation, the adult group of the Heavenly Water Village only ranks 4th, so the overall score ranks 2nd. Han Fei let go of Zhu Jin and let Fong Qing take her away, while he shouted to the referee, "Wait a minute." The referee frowned. "Han Fei, what do you want to say?" Han Fei grinned. "Can I challenge the adult group?" What? The whole arena exploded in an instant. What the hell? It was the first time in history that the juvenile group challenged the adult group. Han Fei pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Moon Village. "Hey, Shifeiyu, how about a fight? Arrogant. I'm so angry. I really want to kill this fatty. Damn, I want to vomit blood." "Damn it, kill him!" Han Fei once again angered the crowd. The Heavenly Moon Village was also in an uproar. Some people in the adult group were eager to fight, but were suppressed by their captain. Shifeiyu looked a little flustered. You're not allowed to go. If you win, it won't be honorable. If you lose, our Heavenly Moon Village will lose all its face. That youth is dangerous. He's strong, very strong." Seeing that no one entered the arena, Han Fei murmured, "None of them can fight." Those who could hear him wished they could tear him to shreds. Han Fei, on the other hand, returned to the team indifferently. He thought to himself, "Since I'm so arrogant and good at fighting, I should be a genius. It should meet the standard that old Jiang mentioned, right?" No one in the team spoke to Han Fei. "Well, Wang Baiyu, when are we going back to the town?" Wang Baiyu thought for a moment. "Maybe in a few days. If I don't go back to town, I'll be beaten up." Xiang Nan was interacting with He Xiaoyu. "He Xiaoyu, I find that you have become more beautiful recently." He Xiaoyu said in surprise, "Really? How beautiful?" Xiang Nan said shamelessly, "I can't find anyone better looking than you in our village." Qin Qing asked Jia Tong, "When we return to the village, do you want to eat hot pot?" Jia Tong nodded. "Eat up. If we don't eat now, we won't be able to eat in the town." Han Fei was speechless. "Don't you care about me, the champion? I just won first place." Xiao Wushuang passed by Han Fei. "Let's go, the game is over. Let's go back to the village. We can't stay in the Heavenly Heart Village anymore." He Xiaoyu nodded. "Okay, I'm going home to play fish dragon cards with my father. We need one more player. Anyone want to join us?" Xiang Nan responded, "Let's go, I'll go." Han Fei. What happened next was none of Han Fei's business. What could the Heavenly Heart Village do? If they couldn't beat him, they couldn't. Could ordinary people beat Han Fei? When they returned to the Heavenly Water Village, it was already late. The village leader held a banquet in the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurant and announced to the whole town that the Heavenly Water Village had made a comeback and won 3,000 portions of Spirit Awakening Fluid for this year. For a time, every household in the Heavenly Water Village was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Some played cards and some ate barbecue. The business of the fish dragons soared. At the dinner table, Qin Hai, who had just recovered from his injuries, ran over. "Han Fei, how strong are you now?" When Qin Hai heard that Han Fei had defeated the Heavenly Heart Village and won first place, he was stunned. He even couldn't sit still when he heard that Han Fei had challenged the adult team of the Heavenly Heart Village. Han Fei scratched his belly. "I'm still a fishing master." Everyone silently realized what it meant to still be a fishing master. An intermediate fishing master was still a fishing master, and a peak-level fishing master was still a fishing master, but the gap between them was too big. Wang Baiyu pondered. "Han Fei, you should go to the town. I'm afraid the village has limited your growth." Han Fei nodded. Soon, in the evening, in the plantation, Han Fei sat at the door, accompanied old Jiang to drink some wine, and then said, "Old man, was my performance amazing this time? Was I a genius?" Old Jiang said disdainfully, "Humph! How dare you brag about your little achievement? Do you think I don't know? Why did you use other people's bows to shoot at them?" Han Fei was speechless. "How do you know everything?" Old Jiang sneered. "It's not difficult at all. Do you think your performance is already excellent? But the mayor didn't talk to you, which means that your talent is acceptable to him, understand?" Han Fei scoffed. "Why did the mayor talk to me? Am I a genius?" Gulp. "Ah." Old Jiang took a sip of wine and said, "You don't understand. When you went to the 4th Academy, you had to be a genius. What level do you think these little guys from the town are? They are all at the bottom of the town. Only a few of them can show their talent. What's there to be proud of?" Han Fei. At this time, Jiang Qin came out of the house, winked at Han Fei, and ran to the training ground. Training ground. Jiang Qin went straight to the point. "How long will it take to get to the town?" Han Fei thought for a while. "I think I'll break through to become a great fishing master. I feel that this breakthrough is more difficult and may need a lot of spiritual energy." Jiang Qin wondered, "Huh? You don't have enough spiritual energy?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "I don't think so." Jiang Qin frowned. even with a spirit gathering a ray? Han Fei nodded. I haven't tried it yet, but I think it may be a little difficult. Jiang Qin squinted at Han Fei. When a fishing master makes a breakthrough, his endurance limit will continue to increase, and then he will absorb a lot of spiritual energy from the outside world. How can he not have enough spiritual energy? Han Fei thought to himself, I can't tell you. Jiang Qin didn't ask any more, but said calmly, in fact, the level 1 fishery is not without treasures. Don't you have mantis shrimp? Mantis shrimp are good at digging holes. Go to the mine. It is said that there are opportunities in the mine. The reason why people often go to the mine is that some people have found opportunities in the mine. Mine? Han Fei had never thought about this place. What use did those stones have except for refining? Every time he passed by, Han Fei could always see people wandering in the mine, so he took it for granted that there were no opportunities in the mine. But now Jiang Qin said, so he was not so sure. Digging holes? Did she mean that he should dig holes into the mine? Early the next morning, Han Fei went to sea without saying goodbye to anyone. His goal was the seabed mine. After the resource competition 2 days ago, there were many people going to sea today. In order to keep a low profile, Han Fei put away the fishing boat at the edge and dived into the sea. Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Mantis shrimp, let's go. Although fishing masters were not afraid of going into the sea, there were not many who would really choose to go into the sea, so Han Fei hardly met anyone along the way. About 2 hours later, Han Fei came to the seabed mine. Sure enough, there might be few people in other places, but there were still people digging with hoes in the seabed mine. Han Fei asked, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, can you break these stones? The 9-tailed mantis shrimp waved his big hammer as if to say, just wait and see. Han Fei patted the shrimp's head, sank to the bottom of the sea, chose a random hole dug by someone, and got into it. Thud, Han Fei slapped the 9-tailed mantis shrimp on the head. I'll dig with my claws. Do you want to shock your master to death? Han Fei glanced at the hole dug by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, wondering if it would break the hole even if it dug out something. Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Wait, can Little Black bite through stones? Read 2. Chapter 138. After Little Black and Little White were released, they were dumbfounded. Little Black. Han Fei patted Little Black's head. Can you bite a stone? Little Black bared his teeth and ran to the stone. Han Fei thought he was going to bite it, but he kissed the stone and then ran back, as if saying that the stone was not delicious. Han Fei was speechless. Did I ask you to eat it? I asked you to dig it. Little Black reluctantly went up and bit a small hole. Then he spat out the stone in his mouth and looked back at Han Fei. Han Fei covered his head. Forget it. I won't count on you. You just eat without working. Little Black looked at Little White as if saying that this was a guy that just ate without working. He didn't even bother to eat fish. I ate for him. Little White wagged his tail, circled the hole a few times, and then turned around and swam away. Hey, hey, hey! Little White, where are you going? Seeing that Little White had swum out of the pit, Han Fei hurriedly said, 9 Tails, stop digging. Let's go. Han Fei followed Little White and wondered, did Little White find something? This little thing usually only swallowed spiritual energy and did everything that was beneficial to it. When there were no benefits, it would stay by Han Fei's side and act cute. This was the first time that Little White had left his side voluntarily. 10 minutes later, Han Fei followed Little White to a pit that was also dug by someone else and got into it. Han Fei wondered, are we going to dig from here? 9 Tails, it's up to you now. Dig hard. When you are done, I will catch rare creatures for you and refine all your 9 tails. Dumb, 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 the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was like a boxer, punching the stone wall of the mine again and again. Han Fei even wondered if the mine would collapse. What if he was crushed to death? However, Creatures like mantis shrimp were really good at digging. With a hammer, the stone was broken, and with a hook of its claws, a piece of stone was dug out. Han Fei followed it and picked up stones. Ruby, I don't know what it can be used for. It can be used as a pendant or something. Black iron, but it's too small to make anything. Forget it, I'll keep it. Fine iron. This mine is really strange. Why does it have everything? Half a day later, when the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had dug more than 100 meters deep, Little Black suddenly moved. He bit the stone on the side bit by bit, and soon a palm-sized hole was drilled out of it. There was a flash of light in the cave, and then Little Black came out with a glowing stone in its mouth. Name low-grade spirit stone introduction. Condensed from the essence of spiritual qi. Contains a large amount of spiritual qi. Can assist in cultivation, contains spiritual energy, 9658 points inedible. Absorbable. Han Fei immediately gasped. Oh my God, a stone costs nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Isn't it more valuable than spiritual fruits? Han Fei was ecstatic. All the spiritual energy had been thrown to him. There was indeed something wrong here. Did Jiang Qin know about it? It must be. Old Jiang and Jiang Qin, the grandfather and grandson, must have a powerful background. Little Black, is there any more? Dig for me. Dig it out, and I'll find rare spiritual fish for you to eat. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp looked at Han Fei bitterly. I dug it out. Why do you want to find rare spiritual fish for it to eat? Little Black took out 2 more low-quality spiritual stones from the hole and then didn't go in again. Han Fei knew that they had been dug out. He immediately slapped the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's head. Keep digging. Didn't you eat? 1 day later, Han Fei dug out 9 low-quality spiritual stones. This speed was even faster than extorting the hexagon starfish. In the past 6 months, in order to practice as a soul warrior, he had spent 700,000 points of aura value, plus the aura that he had obtained from his daily practice. He had used at least 1,000,000 points of aura in the past 6 months. Even so, he was only a peak-level fishing master and hadn't obtained the 3rd level of void fishing yet. God knew how much spiritual energy he would need to deduce it. 3 days later, when someone came to the mine, he exclaimed, why do I feel that the spiritual energy in the mine seems to be a little less? When someone continued to dig, the probability of digging things like black iron seemed to be reduced. 10 days later, all the people who came to the mine found that something was wrong. The spiritual energy in the mine dropped sharply, and even fewer fish came here. 15 days later, with a bang, nearly 1/10 of the mountain collapsed in the seabed mine of the Level 1 fishery. Several fishing masters who were mining were unfortunately crushed to death. Han Fei's face was gloomy at this moment. Who asked you to hammer? See? Such a big mountain. But it collapsed because of you. The nine-tailed mantis, shrimp, felt wronged. Didn't you ask me to hammer? The harder I hammered, the happier you would be. Why is it all my fault now? Han Fei dug out a piece of gravel, found 3 low-quality spiritual stones from it, and immediately threw them into Forge the Universe. In the past half-month, Han Fei dug out a total of 159 low-quality spiritual stones. At this time, he remembered those people who looked down on the mine. The good things were all in the innermost part of the mine. What's the use of digging holes outside? Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, come on, hammer up and make a way out. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here forever. 3 days later, when Han Fei saw a red spiritual stone, he was completely stunned. Name ultra-quality spiritual stone introduction, condensed from the essence of spiritual liquid. Contains a huge amount of spiritual energy and can be used for cultivation. Contains spiritual energy greater than 920,168 points. Edible effect. Inedible, absorbable. Wow. Han Fei gasped. What the hell is this? A stone of 920,000 points of spiritual energy? He swore that he was absolutely rich. It took him half a year to spend 700,000 points of spiritual energy, but now he was told that a stone was enough for him to spend half a year. His worldview was almost overturned. Damn, I'm rich. Han Fei quickly knocked the pale red spiritual stone off with a stick. Ha ha ha, an ultra-quality spiritual stone. No one could have thought of this. There's such a treasure in a damn place like the Level 1 fishery. Rumble. Just when Han Fei pulled out the ultra-quality spiritual stone, the mountain cracked and a huge crack appeared in front of Han Fei. Oh, it's going to collapse. Han Fei quickly took back the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, little black and little white, and immediately swam out through the gap. Dozens of minutes later, in the sea, a chubby figure jumped out like a fish. Behind him, the seabed mine collapsed and the whole mountain collapsed. It was said that no less than 10 fishing masters were crushed to death. Countless fishing masters from the 8 villages went to the seabed mine to hunt for treasures. But one of them was an exception. Han Fei had already slipped back to the heavenly water village. There were bound to be spirit stones in those broken mountains, but he did not care about those scattered spirit stones. He now had more than 150 low-grade spirit stones on him, and he also had a top-grade spirit stone, so they would be envious to death. Han Fei didn't know that when he slipped away, the village leaders of the villages cursed him crazily. Who the F***CK took out the core of the mine? Shameless. Once the spiritual energy is gone, it will become a pile of abandoned stones. Damn it, don't let me find that bastard. Even Jiang Qin was speechless when she heard that the mine had collapsed. I told you to dig for some opportunities, not to dig a mountain and collapse it. The martial arts practice hall of the fish dragons. There were dozens of low-quality spiritual stones in front of Han Fei. They couldn't be eaten, so he could only leave them here. And it was time for him to make a breakthrough. After a while, with a crack, a column of spiritual energy penetrated Han Fei's head. And the spiritual stones in front of Han Fei were broken piece by piece. In just half an hour, nearly 20 spiritual stones had been broken. Kacha! Kacha! When Han Fei opened his eyes again, the corner of his mouth twitched. He counted carefully. 48 low-quality spiritual stones had been broken into pieces. This meant that he had used nearly 500,000 points of spiritual energy to break through to be a great fishing master this time. This number really shocked Han Fei. Even if you have money, you can't use it like this. I'm just making a breakthrough. Do I need so much spiritual energy to make a breakthrough? He looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 23. Junior Great Fishing Master. Spiritual energy greater than 70,122. 1899. Spiritual Heritage, level 3. High quality upgradable. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod, Main Art, Void Fishing, Volume 2. Hook God Mysterious Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei gasped. What's going on? My upper limit of spiritual energy has increased by 900 points? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Great Fishing Master. Is this the power of a great fishing master? So strong. Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed heartily, but suddenly found that the fat on his face trembled a little less. He looked down and found that he had lost a lot of weight. If he was a ball before, well, now he was at most a small ball. Compared with when he just put on weight, he had lost a quarter of his weight after breaking through to be a great fishing master. Han Fei immediately went out. The 2 fish dragons at the door were taken aback when they saw Han Fei. Young master, you've lost weight? Ha ha ha. Yes, I've lost weight. You can talk. Go to the accountant and get 10 mid-quality pearls. Ah, thank you, young master. The other gang member was anxious. How could there be a reward for this? He hurriedly flattered. Young master, with your speed, you will return to your peak appearance in less than half a month. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. You can talk. Go get the money. Read too. Chapter 139. Han Fei strolled to the hot pot restaurant and Li Gang was shocked. "Young master, you've lost weight." Han Fei's face was shaking with joy. "Ha ha ha. You've seen through me. How's the effect? Am I much more handsome now?" Li Gang smiled flatteringly. "Of course, young master. You have always been handsome." Han Fei smiled. "Okay, then I'll go to the village leader's house." When Han Fei arrived at the village leader's house, the village leader was talking to the two fishing masters who had just become fishing masters in the village. As he spoke, the village leader's eyes widened. The village leader was surprised. "Han Fei, why have you lost weight?" Han Fei said happily, "I'm a thin man. It's natural for me to lose weight. Don't judge me." "What do you mean?" "Oh, it's okay. I just came here for a stroll." "Well, Grandpa Leader, do you have the third level of the true spirit fishing art?" The village leader frowned and said to the two fishing masters who had just become fishing masters, "Well, you go back first and come back tomorrow. I have something to do today." When the two fishing masters left, the village leader pulled Han Fei over solemnly. "Have you become a great fishing master?" Han Fei was surprised. "Ah, you saw through me, just like that? Of course, you want the third level of the true spirit fishing art. How can I not know?" Han Fei rubbed his belly. "Haha, I was lucky to make a breakthrough today, lucky." The village leader gasped. He never expected that Han Fei could become a great fishing master so quickly. A level 3 spiritual heritage was not good. Could it be that old Jiang was really a hidden master? The village leader shook his head slightly and pulled Han Fei over. "Han Fei, have you ever considered changing your cultivation method?" Han Fei shook his head blankly. "Ah, can I change my cultivation method?" The village leader nodded. "Of course, the true spirit fishing art is just a mortal level, mid-quality cultivation method, and every higher level is just a mid-quality cultivation method. However, there are some special cultivation methods that are directly high-grade or even supreme-grade cultivation methods. Don't you feel tempted?" Han Fei frowned. "Where?" The village leader's face lit up. Thinking that Han Fei was tempted, he hurriedly said, "Of course, it's in the town. Of course, there may be ultra-quality cultivation methods in the town, but ordinary people may not be able to get them. But there's definitely a chance for a high-grade cultivation technique." Han Fei pondered for a moment. It was impossible for him to change it. His void fishing art was a divine quality one. Why would he want an ultra-quality one? "Grandpa Leader, please give me the third level of the true spirit fishing art. I'll keep it for now. If I get a better technique in the village, I'll have to practice the true spirit fishing art if I can't get it." The village leader sighed. "You don't understand. The true spirit fishing art is flawed." "Ah." Han Fei paused. "What defect?" The village leader clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. "It said that the true spirit fishing art was rewritten from an incomplete book passed down from ancient times. Its effect is greatly reduced. It's also said that the higher you practice the true spirit fishing art, the more difficult it will be. Are you sure you want it?" Of course, Han Fei wanted it even more. It meant that it had great potential. "Yes, I may not be able to practice it to such a high level." The village leader was taken aback. Yes, Han Fei only had a level 3 spiritual heritage. He was probably a peak-level great fishing master. One more step and he would be a peak-level great fishing master. It was very difficult to make a breakthrough to become a dangling fisher. Even if he had a chance to make a breakthrough, he wouldn't have a smooth journey as a dangling fisher. Why did he think so much? Han Fei successfully reached the third level of the true spirit fishing art. After skimming through it, his face turned green when he saw the data. Existing art. True spirit fishing art incomplete. Level 3. Water control technique incomplete. Remarks the first general art from ancient times. After the passage of time, it has long been incomplete. Repairing it will consume 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy. Deduced art, void fishing, art level 3. Water vein, technique degree of completion. 01000000 Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is the demon purification pot a devil? He felt that he had found the deduction routine of the demon purification pot. If the demon purification pot increased the spiritual energy by 10 times for the next level, wouldn't it cost him 10,000,000 points of spiritual energy when he reached the 4th level of the void fishing art? Han Fei was a little desperate. In fact, 10,000,000 points of spiritual energy was not that desperate. After all, he could always save it in 2 or 3 years, but the 5th level would cost 100,000,000 points. It would take dozens of years to save up that kind of stuff. Damn it, you didn't come when I got the best spirit stone, did you? It seems that I have to continue to find ways to earn spiritual energy in the town. One ultra-quality spiritual stone is directly used to deduce the art, and it's not enough. Forget it. Let's go to the town first. In the plantation, Han Fei walked in with his head high and chest out. Old Jiang was eating skewers and drinking, as if he didn't see Han Fei. So Han Fei walked again and again and again. When he walked for the 7th time, Old Jiang cursed, F***CK off, fatty. Han Fei was furious. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Look, I've lost weight. Don't you see it? Old Jiang sneered disdainfully. Just a slightly thinner fatty. Grandpa, believe it or not, I can lose weight again within a month. Old Jiang was still disdainful. I don't care if you are thin or fat. Why are you still in the Heavenly Water Village? Don't you want to go to the town? Han Fei held his belly out. F***CK. I'm here to say goodbye to you. In the evening, Jiang Qin came back. Seeing that Han Fei had cooked a table full of dishes, she smiled. Are you going to the town? Han Fei nodded. Yes, I'm going to see how powerful the 4th Academy is according to old Jiang. Jiang Qin paused for a moment and then nodded. Okay, with your current strength, it's barely enough for you to go to the 4th Academy. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. What do you mean my strength is barely enough? Is the 4th Academy a devil? Then why does he Xiao Yu say it's a garbage school? Han Fei was a little suspicious. Is it the kind of school that looks shabby but is actually very powerful? Old Jiang enjoyed the meal the most. Han Fei was thinking about the 4th Academy, and Jiang Qin was a little absent-minded. After the meal, old Jiang threw a letter to Han Fei. F***CK off. Han Fei picked up the letter and glanced at it. It said, to the old B*****. Han Fei's blood froze. If I take this letter out, will I be beaten to death? Jiang Qin sent Han Fei out of the plantation. After a moment of silence on the way, she said, Don't forget what you promised me. Han Fei said with a smile, Of course, when I am strong enough, I will come back. I'm good at finding treasures. No matter how mysterious a place is, I may be able to find it. Jiang Qin nodded. Okay, just go. There is nothing worthy of your nostalgia in the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei nodded and left without looking back, a man of indomitable spirit. When I return, I will come back. At the headquarters of the Fish Dragons, a core member meeting was held. Li Gang, who was in charge of the hot pot restaurant, Li Gan, the guardian, Li Qing, the barbecue vendor, Chen Eryu, the manager of the Fish Dragon card room. All of them sat upright and no one dared to speak. Han Fei said seriously, I called you here today to tell you that I'm leaving for the Blue Sea town. Although everyone had guessed it, there was still a commotion. Li Gang choked. Young master, I can't bear to see you go. Han Fei kicked him. Stop crying. If you can't bear to see me go, why don't you come with me? Ah, young master, don't you have such a big family business here? I have to take care of it for you. Everyone looked at Li Gang in disdain. How could they not know how powerful Li Gang was now? As the richest man in the Fish Dragons, He and his little Red were living like gods. Now he didn't even go fishing. Han Fei patted the table. Okay, enough with the nonsense. The fish dragons have their own principles. They are not allowed to violate the law, persecute the people, deduct the benefits of the members, and Han Fei gave a long speech, and in the end his aura burst out, pressing everyone present to the ground, including Li Gan. Li Gan was horrified. Great, great, great fishing master? Han Fei withdrew his aura and then said to his frightened subordinates, Although I am no longer in the Heavenly Water Village, I have friends and teachers in the Heavenly Water Village. If anyone dares to abuse their power after I leave, I will teach them a lesson. Also, Gang Z, send half of the monthly income of the fish dragons to the Blue Sea Town. Li Gang nodded quickly. Yes, young master. Han Fei continued. By the way, take care of my house for you. I don't want my house to be gone when I come back. Yes, young master, I will clean it for you personally. Han Fei patted Li Gang. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. In the Heavenly Water Village, there is only the Heavenly Water Village, and you'll never know how high the sky is. With that, Han Fei turned around and left, muttering, I'm leaving. Li Gang and the others were left standing in the conference room, dumbfounded. The village leader's house. Han Fei said, Grandpa Leader, I'm going to the Blue Sea Town. Read too. Chapter 140. Han Fei sat on the fishing boat, feeling very excited. Finally, he went out. The village leader sent Han Fei in person. Otherwise, ordinary villagers would have to apply step by step and pay the money to go to the Blue Sea Town. The village leader frowned. Han Fei, are you really going to the 4th Academy? That school is actually very bad and no one goes there. It is said that it was in its heyday 30 years ago. Han Fei replied firmly, Grandpa Leader, the other 3 schools are not in the enrollment season, but the 4th Academy is the only one. The village leader continued to persuade him, but that school has a very bad reputation. It is said that there are no teachers and several students sleep in it all day. It is said that the school's library leaks. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. What kind of school is this? Why is the reputation so bad? However, despite the bad reputation, Han Fei felt that there must be some unknown secrets in the school. Otherwise, old Jiang and Jiang Qin wouldn't have left him there. Grandpa Leader, don't worry about it. I'll stay there until the enrollment of the 3 academies next year. I don't want to live in the town and idle around every day. The village leader sighed slightly. See for yourself. After all, you have become a great fishing master. Han Fei, do you know that you are the 9th person in the history of the Heavenly Water Village to become a great fishing master at the age of 12? Han Fei smiled. I'm going to be 13 soon. And Angel Fong Zhe said that there are many great fishing masters at the age of 12 in the city. Maybe a 7 or 8-year-old child can already be a great fishing master. The village leader was speechless. Compared with them, they live in the city and you live in the countryside, okay? Han Fei's white fishing boat flew for more than 4 hours before he saw the floating island of the Blue Sea Town. Although Han Fei had been mentally prepared, he still gasped. He Xiaoyu didn't lie to him. Isn't this town too big? The point was that the Blue Sea Town was not composed of one floating island, but 5 floating islands. There were countless huge chains between the floating islands, and there were even clouds floating around the floating islands. From the bottom, it looked like a gigantic UFO. When he got closer, Han Fei saw water flowing down from an island like a waterfall. Han Fei asked, Grandpa Leader, is there a waterfall on the island? The village leader looked at Han Fei as if looking at a fool. Of course, there are mountains and clouds on the island. At night, the sky is full of stars and the market is hundreds of feet high. It's much better than you think. So beautiful. The village chief laughed and said, Now you know why those who are qualified to come to the island are unwilling to go back, right? It's a symbol of status. And you haven't seen the scenery on the island yet. Oh, by the way, the people on the island always look down on people from our village who go up there. We'll be ostracized and treated with hostility when we go up there. Don't make it big. I know, I am a low-key person. And didn't you say that there are few people in the Fourth Academy? The village chief chuckled. You want to keep a low profile? During the resource competition, you declared war on the entire Heavenly Heart village. And you still want to keep a low profile? I'm afraid you don't understand the meaning of the word low-key. The village leader didn't quite believe Han Fei and emphasized, the Blue Sea Town has a population of nearly 5 million. There are many geniuses and strong masters here. Don't cause trouble. Han Fei said absent-mindedly, I know. 5 million is too much, isn't it? Soon, the fishing boat floated out of the clouds, and Han Fei saw hundreds of fishing boats patrolling around this huge island. He vaguely saw peaks thousands of meters high standing on the island and several vast rivers on the island. In addition, there were towering ancient trees, towering pagodas, and many buildings that Han Fei had never seen before at the port of the Blue Sea Town. The village leader showed his identity, but the staff looked at Han Fei. What are you doing here? The village leader replied, Hey, this is a heavenly talent from our village. He came to the island to study. However, the staff waved his hand and said, It's not the enrollment season now. Go back. Come back when it's the enrollment season. Han Fei muttered in his heart, What a joke. He's just a fishing master. Why are you so arrogant? If you were in the village, I would beat you up now. The village leader smiled. He didn't come to the 3 academies to study, but to the 4th Academy of the Blue Sea Town. The 4th Academy. The staff was taken aback and then sneered. Someone actually went to the 4th Academy to study? Did he rely on his connections? Han Fei slightly released his aura. He's here to study. The staff's face changed slightly. A great fishing master? Even the staff in the town couldn't help but be surprised. A young great fishing master actually went to the 4th Academy to study? Was he hit in the head by an iron-head fish? However, because Han Fei had shown his strength, the staff didn't make things difficult for him. There were many great fishing master students in the town. But unlike Han Fei, they were all heavenly talents, and most of them studied in the 3 academies. The staff handed over a wooden plate. This is a temporary pass. If you don't go to school within 15 days, you must return to the village voluntarily. Otherwise, the patrols in the sky will expel you. Han Fei frowned. Village leader, are the people in the town so arrogant? The village leader chuckled. Of course not. Don't mention it. I did it for a reason. What reason? Han Fei clenched his fists. To avenge my companions, the village leader snorted. That's called impatience. Young man, don't be impatient. An old man and a young man walked in the market outside the port, and the peddlers were endless. The things here were different, even very different. On the roadside, someone shouted, A rare armored turtle that just went to sea. Does anyone want it? It's cheap, only 80 mid-quality pearls. Spirit-chasing shrimp on sale, 40 mid-quality pearls for 1. Does anyone want it? Iron fish body polishing fluid wholesale, 5 mid-quality pearls for a bottle. Buy 10 bottles and get 1 free. Delicious flower oysters, 1 mid-grade spirit bead for 2. Anyone interested? I'm looking for someone to explore the level 2 fishery with me. I'll reimburse all the elixir and bait expenses for 100 mid-quality pearls each time. Does anyone want it? Suddenly, a bearded man looked at Han Fei and said, Young man, I have a bull conch here. Do you want it? It'll only cost you 200 mid-quality pearls. I promise you won't suffer a loss. Han Fei waved his hand awkwardly. No, thanks. I'm in a hurry. Han Fei was a little stunned. Did the people here all use mid-quality pearls? The village leader said, Don't worry. The things here can be cut in half or even lower. When you become a great fishing master, you'll know that it's not difficult to catch these things. Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Okay. Han Fei then passed by the shops along the street. At a glance, he saw a treasure fishing rod shop on which there was a big sale, 20 mid-quality pearls for a fishing rod. There was also a bait monopoly shop on which there was a 20% discount. The village leader said, "Don't look at these. The best fishing rod shops and weapon shops in the town are all in the town center. Do you see that tower? That tower is called the Linglong Tower. It sells everything you can think of. There's nothing it can't sell." Han Fei swallowed. It sounds very high-end. I'll find a chance to go there after I go to school. I'm rich now. Although these people sell things at high prices, I can throw them in the face with mid-quality pearls. Han Fei walked along the way. There were all kinds of shops and fishing masters almost everywhere. Is this the town? It's really amazing. Soon, Han Fei and the village leader came to a huge chain. The village leader explained, "The fourth academy is relatively remote. It's on the northernmost floating island. Except for the fourth academy, there are large tracts of plantations on that island, but not many people live there. Since you've learned how to grow spiritual fruits from Old Jiang, you can walk around here." Han Fei asked, "Leader, how are we going to get there?" The village leader pointed to the chain and said, "Walk over. This chain is so thick. The width of a single chain is dozens of meters. Are you afraid of falling?" Han Fei shrugged. "It's my first time here. Isn't it strange to walk on a chain? But such a thick chain shouldn't shake, right?" Han Fei felt that he had to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing and the indestructible body as soon as possible. It would only take him a month. Otherwise, the new students might think that he was a big fatty. After passing through the chain and the plantation, Han Fei observed along the way. The surroundings of the plantation were shabby. Wasn't it afraid that someone would steal it? Passing by some dilapidated houses, Han Fei finally saw school in front of the mountain on this floating island. Han Fei wasn't sure himself. The school sign was hanging on the archway, and the sign read Thug Academy. Han Fei was speechless. Thug Academy? Why does it have such a strange name? The village leader said with a black face, "It's the Thug Academy." Han Fei. In an instant, Han Fei felt as if he had been hit by 10,000 points. Damn it, are you so poor? The sign is about to fall off, and the words have fallen off. Can't you at least renovate it? Han Fei took a deep breath. Since he was already here, he should at least go and ask. Han Fei knocked on the doorpost of the gate and shouted, "Is anyone here?" Duong. Han Fei quickly dodged, only to see the sign that had been hanging down fell to the ground, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. The village leader immediately said angrily, "This school is not decent. Han Fei, let's go." Read 2. Chapter 141. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Wait, leader, wait a minute. Let me have a look." Han Fei shouted, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone? Shut up. Do you want me to sleep?" Han Fei looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that 300 meters away, under a big tree, an old man with gray and messy hair was lying on a recliner, sleeping. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. This look is as good as old Zhang's. Han Fei walked over and was about to ask. The old man said with his eyes half open, "Boy, you broke the plaque of our school. You have to pay for it. 100 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei staggered. What the hell? A piece of wood costs 100 mid-quality pearls? Robbers can't pay as much as you. The old man's voice suddenly became dignified. What? You don't want to pay? Han Fei was helpless. Of course. But sir, I'm here to study. May I know where the teachers and students of this school are? Study? The old man's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, looked at Han Fei up and down, and then said casually, "Study? Do you have any past achievements?" "Huh," the old man said impatiently. "I'm asking you, what achievements have you made?" Thinking of the village leader's words, Han Fei quickly said. I usually keep a low profile and don't do anything big. The old man waved his hand. Then you can go. Our school doesn't recruit low-key people. What? The village leader came up and was about to pull Han Fei away. Han Fei, let's go, let's go. I can't stay here any longer. Han Fei said, Leader, don't worry. Han Fei looked back. It's impossible for me to keep a low profile. I've done a lot of things. I beat the good-for-nothings of the 8 villages and kicked the North Sea. Is that enough? Go away, go away. Our school doesn't recruit bragging students. Han Fei scratched his belly. Cough, I was just joking. When I was in the Heavenly Water Village, I killed the tigers, the largest gang in the Heavenly Water Village. I won first place in the fishing trial in the Heavenly Water Village. In the resource competition, I was invincible in the 8 villages. Does that count? The old man glanced at Han Fei. Go away. Our school doesn't recruit bragging students. Han Fei was speechless. I'm not bragging. I'm telling the truth. You can ask around and see if I beat the students from the 8 villages in the 3 academies of the Blue Sea Town. In the final battle against the Heavenly Heart Village, I fought 1 against 2. Did I say that? That's not even worth me saying. It's so easy. The more the village chief heard, the darker his face became. He couldn't take it anymore, and hurriedly left to wait for the brat outside. However, the old man moved his head slightly. You beat the 8 villages? Han Fei patted his belly. Of course, this is just one of my combat skills. The old man said, Let me have a look at your spiritual beast. Han Fei paused for a moment. Sir, do you want me to summon my contractual spiritual beast? 9 tails, come out and show me. With a flash of light, a huge mantis shrimp appeared with its 7 tails wagging. The old man's eyes moved slightly, but Han Fei didn't notice it because the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was already hitting the ground. Han Fei rushed up and kicked him. Be serious. If you move again, I'll skin you alive. Han Fei looked back again. Hey, do you think I'm okay? The old man snorted. Barely. What about your spiritual beast? Let me have a look. Han Fei hesitated. Well, okay. Han Fei felt that if he was destined to study here, he would have to show his spiritual beast sooner or later. So with a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei believed that the old man couldn't see Little Black. As for Little White, except for a black spot on its head, a longer tail than other spirits swallowing fish and better scales, it seemed to be no different from other spirits swallowing fish. Spirit swallowing fish? The old man suddenly lost interest and waved his hand. All the students recruited by our school have exotic spiritual beasts. Han Fei was speechless. Can't my 9-tailed mantis shrimp? After all, it's not a spiritual beast, but it's not bad. Well, if you have the ability to do something big in the Blue Sea Town, we'll consider it. Han Fei frowned. This old man's status is not low. After thinking for a while, Han Fei looked at the school and took a breath. Do you mean what you say? Can I see the students and teachers in the school? The old man said impatiently, I don't know. Are you going or not? If you don't, get out of here. Han Fei was so angry. This old man was too much. He couldn't wait to have the 9-tailed mantis shrimp pounce on him. Han Fei snorted. Okay, then it's a deal. I'm going to do something big. Just wait for my news. Han Fei turned around and strode away. The village leader hurriedly said, Now do you believe me? What kind of school is this? God knows why the town hasn't razed this school to the ground. Han Fei frowned. Yes, if this school is really as shabby as it looks, then why hasn't the Blue Sea Town razed it to the ground? After all, this floating island is also very large. It's even larger than the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Grandpa Leader, why don't you go back to the village first? I still have some other things to do. If I can't do it, I'll go back by myself. The village leader narrowed his eyes. What other things can you do? You don't know anyone in the Blue Sea town. Leader, have you forgotten that Xiao Yu and the others are all here? I'm familiar with them. With that, Han Fei gave old Jiang's letter to the village leader. I have to send a letter to old Jiang. The village leader asked suspiciously, where? Han Fei grinned. To the 3rd Academy. The village leader smiled and touched his beard. You're worth teaching. You don't have to go to the 4th Academy, but you can go to the 3rd Academy. It's said that the strongest of the 3 academies is from the 3rd Academy. It's not bad for you to go there. The village leader took it for granted that old Jiang had found a back door for Han Fei, but this back door was good, and he supported it. The village leader was relieved. Okay, you can go there by yourself. I'll go back first. Okay. Han Fei deliberately sent the village leader to the port. After parting, he immediately inquired about the location of the 3rd Academy and ran there quickly. The original name of the 3rd Academy was the Waterfall Academy. Han Fei stood at the gate of the academy and said to the guard, I'm looking for someone. The guard looked at Han Fei, who looked like an eyeball, and was disgusted. Hey, you're not a student of this school. Who are you looking for? Han Fei replied, I'm looking for Yi Nanfei, a teacher of the fighting department of your school. The guard was taken aback and looked at Han Fei up and down. Who are you? You're looking for Mr. Yi. If you want to know Mr. Yi, go to his home. Han Fei replied, I don't know where his home is. The guard smiled. You don't even know where his home is. Why are you looking for him? Han Fei replied, I want to challenge him. Pooh! The guard almost slipped and immediately yelled at Han Fei, Are you a psycho? Get out of here. Did you hit your head on an iron-head fish? Han Fei was kicked out, which attracted a lot of attention. Han Fei snorted and turned around to leave. 10 minutes later, Han Fei came back. He was holding a purple bamboo rod in his hand, a black iron rod on his back, 2 knives on his waist, and a wooden sign beside him on which was written, No one in the 3rd Academy can fight. I'm Han Fei, and I want to challenge Yi Nanfei of the fighting department. Hiss! The guard hurriedly rushed out, pointed at Han Fei and shouted, Brat, do you want to die? What are you doing here? Han Fei blinked and said, Didn't you say you wouldn't let me in? I'm here to challenge you. The guard immediately shouted angrily, Get out of here. Is this a place where you can stay? Han Fei smiled. Am I occupying your land? This is not the 3rd Academy. Why can't you stop me? Or you can ask Yi Nanfei to come out. But at this time, a large number of students had gathered around. When they saw the words written on Han Fei's sign, they were immediately angry. He was here to challenge the 3rd Academy. Fatty, you're really arrogant. Which school are you from? Han Fei replied, I'm not from any school. I'm from the Heavenly Water Village. The students were stunned and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How dare a boy from the countryside speak so arrogantly? Who the F***CK do you think you are? Fatty, did you hit your head on an iron-head fish? Yi Nanfei, how dare you challenge a teacher of our fighting department? Did your head get clamped by a ghost blade clam? Han Fei suddenly shouted, No one in the 3rd Academy can fight. Come and fight me. Read 2. Chapter 142. Hearing Han Fei's roar, all the students around him frowned. Someone immediately shouted, Fatty, you're too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Han Fei glanced at him. You're too weak. F***CKU. Watch my stick. The boy came up to him without saying a word, and the onlookers were happy to see the scene. Someone sneered. You deserve to be beaten. BM, the young man who had raised the rod, was sent flying, crashing into several people. Han Fei continued to stab the purple bamboo rod on the ground. I told you you're too weak. Is everyone in the 3rd Academy like you? Is there no one who can beat you? Fatty, don't be arrogant. I'll fight you. Han Fei, come on, let's fight 1-on-1. Be asterisk starred, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Han Fei felt his ears were in a mess, and he looked at the group of people in front of him, contemptuously. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Come at me together. F***ck. I'll fight you one-on-one. A man stabbed at Han Fei with a long spear. The tip of the spear shone with spiritual energy. Han Fei tilted his body slightly and swept the purple bamboo rod in his hand. The attacker was sent flying backward at a speed faster than when he came. Everyone felt something was wrong. This fatty seemed to be a bit tricky. Boy, you're not bad, but you're too arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson today. I'll fight you first. Go away. I'll fight you. Although they said they would fight him first, they actually attacked Han Fei at the same time. Bam! 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 At the gate of the Waterfall Academy, more than a dozen people had been sent flying out in a few seconds. There were still many students surrounding Han Fei, and they were about to fight. Suddenly, they heard a shout behind them. What's going on? What a mess! Damn! It's Wang Ming of the fighting department. This time Han Fei is doomed. Wang Ming has already become an advanced fishing master. It's easy for him to beat this fatty. Han Fei shook his head when he saw Wang Ming. You're no match for me. Call Yi Nanfei out. Wang Ming was stunned, and then when he saw the words written on Han Fei's wooden sign, he was furious. You've gone too far. Which school are you from? The Blue Sea Academy or the Peerless Academy? I haven't enrolled yet. I'm from the Heavenly Water Village. Wang Ming was stunned again. From the village? Were the villagers so arrogant now? Wang Ming sneered. I will challenge you. Han Fei said flatly, I told you are no match for me. Wang Ming was furious. Whether it's true or not, we won't know until we fight. Someone next to him shouted, Fatty, who do you think you are? If you can block Wang Ming's axe, I'll consider you formidable. Someone sneered, Can he take a blow from the axe? Don't chop him in half with the axe, right? Wang Ming used axes, and 2 axes at that. At this moment, he directly jumped into the air, and a cold light broke through the air from the axes. Just as Wang Ming was about to display an explosive combat skill, he was shocked to find that Han Fei's figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Buffed! With a flash of spiritual energy on Han Fei's purple bamboo rod. Wang Ming flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Han Fei didn't talk nonsense anymore. He immediately exerted the power of a great fishing master, and spiritual energy surged in his body, forcing the people around him to step back. What a great fishing master! How is it possible? How old is this fatty? How can he be a great fishing master? He just said that he hasn't entered the school yet. Is he crazy? How can a guy from the countryside be so strong? Go and report it to the teachers. This time, although there were still people watching, they all stayed far away from Han Fei. The area within 5 meters of Han Fei was empty. Not only the 3rd Academy was shocked, but the outside world was also shocked. A passerby was surprised. Have you heard? A boy from the countryside blocked the gate and challenged the 3rd Academy, saying that no one in the 3rd Academy was good at fighting. Are you serious? It can't be. Why not? They have already started fighting. Then I'll go and have a look. After 10 minutes or so, dozens of people came to the gate. The leader was Yi Nanfei, who Han Fei knew. In addition to Yi Nanfei, there were a few older people who should be teachers and were all great fishing masters. In addition to these teachers, Han Fei also saw a few students. Han Fei looked at them and found that these students were also great fishing masters. Wow! It seems that there are indeed a lot of great fishing masters among the students. Han Fei! Han Fei! Suddenly, Han Fei saw a figure rushing over. Wasn't this Jia Tong? Jia Tong didn't believe it when he first heard it. Then he saw Han Fei. F***ck. Why are you blocking the gate of the 3rd Academy? Han Fei was surprised. Are you studying here? Jia Tong nodded. Not just me. Chun Ching is also here. I guess he is also coming here. I didn't believe it when I heard your name. What are you doing here? Han Fei smiled. Challenge. The person I am waiting for is here. Yi Nanfei had already walked a few meters in front of Han Fei. Little fatty, it turns out to be you. Huh. You've lost weight. Han Fei raised his head. I am thin. In the future, you and your students will use me to sharpen your knives. Today, I come to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Han Fei looked behind Yi Nanfei and found that the boy with a sword and the boy with a bow were also here. He immediately smiled. It seems that I came at the right time. The boy with a sword said unwillingly, that day the 5 of us fought you. Today I challenge you alone. Han Fei sneered. Do you think you are confident now that you have broken through to the peak? If you are not a great fishing master, you are no match for me now. The boy with a sword scoffed. Arrogant. Han Fei said lazily, if you want to fight, call the 5 of you here. Today, I will defeat you again. The boy with a sword was about to speak, but was stopped by Yi Nanfei. He said bluntly, Okay, Han Fei, I accept your challenge. Come on. As soon as Yi Nanfei finished speaking, a female teacher next to him said, Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to accept the challenge of a boy? In the view of this female teacher, this was unwise. Since Han Fei dared to come, he must have some strength. They had all heard that Han Fei defeated the 5 of them. Now this boy came to challenge them. If he didn't have a bit of confidence, he wouldn't have come. The point was that this teacher knew very well that it was not strange for a student to defeat a teacher. Which school didn't have a group of students who could defeat a teacher? Han Fei ignored her and looked around. Here? Yi Nanfei nodded. Yes. Okay, as you wish. Yi Nanfei said to the surrounding people. Everyone, retreat 20 meters away. Han Fei carried his rod. Then the challenge begins. With that, Han Fei stepped out in an instant, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Yi Nanfei suddenly pulled out the long rod in his hand and stabbed it out. In an instant, dozens of rod shadows appeared, like the tip of a spear. The purple bamboo rod in Han Fei's hand was full of spiritual energy. He drew a circle in the air, and immediately a big circle of spiritual energy appeared, blocking the dozens of afterimages. Han Fei took the opportunity to attack with his rod. His speed was as fast as lightning, and his strength was extremely violent. Although he didn't use any spiritual energy, each strike had the effect of a spiritual energy explosion. Fuse! Yi Nanfei looked solemn. The boy in front of him was too strong. Although he had just become an intermediate great fishing master, he still couldn't resist Han Fei's fierce strength. It's an exotic red-browed shrimp. A student not far away shouted, very excited. Han Fei sneered. So what? Seeing the shrimp's 2 tentacles sweeping across, Han Fei stepped into the air, took 2 steps back, grabbed the purple bamboo rod in his hand, and shot it out like a bow. Bam! The huge force made the surrounding students retreat. However, Han Fei tapped the ground with his tiptoes and drew out the 2 knives in his hands. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. Fast, too fast. How in the world did he practice this blade technique? The sword-bearing boy turned pale. Has this guy become so strong? He's so strong that he can beat Mr. Yi in combat skills. Yi Nanfei was also shocked. His Shadow Whip combat skill was completely suppressed, and his Spiritual Beast talent ability was also blocked. Spinning blade! The 2 knives in Han Fei's hands were thrown out and appeared behind Yi Nanfei in the blink of an eye. Spiritual energy protective cover. Yi Nanfei's body was immediately covered with spiritual energy, and at the same time the long rod in his hand swept back, while Han Fei grabbed his purple bamboo rod in the air. Spiral strike. The long rod spun and went straight to Yi Nanfei's chest. However, Yi Nanfei had just knocked Han Fei's rod and 2 knives away, and this fierce rod came at him again. BM Yi Nanfei was directly shaken dozens of meters away. The next second, before he could react, Han Fei had put the two knives on his neck. In everyone's shocked eyes, Han Fei withdrew the two knives, picked up the purple bamboo rod, stepped on the wooden sign and turned to leave. "Wait," Yi Nanfei shouted. Yi Nanfei asked, "Han Fei, how about coming to the third academy?" Han Fei continued to leave without looking back. "No, I have a choice." The crowd automatically made way for him. When Han Fei disappeared in the crowd, Yi Nanfei vomited a mouthful of blood. Read 2. Chapter 143. Many people nearby were shocked. Han Fei defeated Yi Nanfei, a teacher of the fighting department of the Third Academy, and then left. Then someone found that Han Fei was heading for the Fourth Academy. At this moment, Yi Nanfei was healing himself with the help of a female teacher next to him. The female teacher asked, "Is that boy so powerful?" Yi Nanfei rubbed his chest. "Very powerful. He was too fast, and his moves were too neat. From the moment I attacked, I was at a disadvantage." "Top 100 heavenly talents?" Yi Nanfei replied, "Maybe more." "Wow." The female teacher couldn't help asking, "Shall we chase him back?" Yi Nanfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No, this boy is very stubborn and knows what he is doing." At this moment, Yi Nanfei looked at his students, especially the sword-using boy, who was a little depressed. Yi Nanfei asked, "Do you know why I didn't let you fight him? You can't fail again. He is no longer a whetstone. If I let him defeat the 5 of you, it will seriously damage your confidence and become a demon in your heart in the future." The sword-using boy looked up. "Teacher, will he really become a top 100 powerhouse?" Yi Nanfei was a little stunned. "I don't know. But, this is the first time he has come to the Blue Sea Town." Hearing this, everyone around Yi Nanfei was shocked. It was the first time he came to the Blue Sea Town, and he had already done such a big thing. After a while, someone came to report, "Mr. Yi, do you know where Han Fei went?" "He ran in the direction of the Fourth Academy." "Huh, the Fourth Academy." The sword-using boy asked, "Teacher, isn't the Fourth Academy a rundown school with no students and teachers? What is he doing there?" Yi Nanfei was silent for a moment. Once, the Fourth Academy also had its glory days. At that time, that school was the top school in the Blue Sea Town. A team swept the surrounding 36 towns, fought against the 1,000-star city, and defeated countless heavenly talents. It used to be a legend. Unfortunately, it declined. The Fourth Academy was too arrogant and eventually led to a large number of heavenly talents being hunted down. In the end, some left, some fled, and some scattered. Wow! It was the first time for the students to hear about the glorious achievements of the Fourth Academy. Sweeping the 36 towns and defeating the 1,000-star city? Was this a joke? The Fourth Academy. A strong man with a big beard came back with a bamboo building. When he saw the plaque on the ground, he was speechless. "Lao-bai, the plaque fell." The old man said lazily, "If it falls, then so be it." It was going to fall anyway. The bearded man shook his head, picked up the sign, wiped it with his sleeve, and put it aside. Then he showed off to the old man. "Old Bai, let me tell you, I sold a bull conch today and made 100 mid-quality pearls." The old man scoffed. "That's nothing. I earned 100 mid-quality pearls just by lying down." Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. "Ah, that kid didn't pay." The bearded man was taken aback. "Which kid?" "Oh, by the way, it said that a guy from the countryside blocked the gate of the Third Academy today, shouting that no one in the Third Academy could fight." The old man was not surprised at all. "That's right. There's no one in that stupid school who can fight." The bearded man smiled bitterly. "All right, no matter how broken it is, can it be as broken as ours?" However, she still lost to this brat. Yi Nanfei the teacher of the fighting department of the Third Academy, seemed to have been defeated by him in less than 10 minutes. TSK, it's a pity that this kid is a soul warrior. If he isn't, I can consider it. Just as Big Beardy was speaking, he saw a meatball youth carrying a huge bag. The bag was several times bigger than him as he walked in. Seeing the old man, Han Fei waved at him. "Sir, I'm back. Do you think what I've done is big enough?" The bearded man was stunned. "Who is this kid?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "I don't know. He said he wanted to study in our academy. It was he who dropped the sign. He still owes us 100 mid-quality pearls." The bearded man. Han Fei dragged the big bag over and was surprised when he saw the bearded man. "Huh, I seem to have seen you in the market at the port. You are the one selling bull conches." The bearded man scratched his head. "Have I?" Han Fei immediately came back to his senses and said to the old man, "Sir, what do you think of me? Today I beat the Third Academy and was invincible. Am I handsome? Am I qualified to join the Fourth Academy now?" The bearded man was shocked. "It's you? Are you the Han Fei who shouted at the gate of the Third Academy?" Han Fei paused and scratched his belly. "Did you see it?" The bearded man shook his head. "No, I heard it. Are you coming to our Fourth Academy?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. Look, I've brought everything. I brought pots, quilts, bowls, low-level spiritual fruits, fresh ingredients. Is there a kitchen here? I'll put them in the kitchen." The old man was stunned and hurriedly stopped Han Fei. "Hey, boy, when did I say you passed the assessment?" Han Fei stared at the old man. "Didn't you ask me to do something big?" The old man scoffed. "Did I say it was an assessment? Besides, you just defeated a teacher. Don't boast that you defeated the Third Academy. Are you ashamed?" Han Fei. The old man sneered. "Okay, but your style of doing things is not bad. It's a bit like our academy, but the tuition fee of our academy is too expensive. I'll charge you this much." The old man raised 2 of his fingers, looking very pleased with himself. Han Fei was stunned. 2,000 mid-quality pearls? It's a bit expensive, but it doesn't matter. "I have." The old man thought to himself, "I want to say 200. Aren't you from the countryside? Why do you have so much money?" Han Fei took out another bag from the big bag, which was heavy with mid-quality pearls. The old man and the bearded man's faces turned green. "Is this a rich man?" Han Fei was still hesitating. It was a pity that Forge the Universe couldn't be displayed casually. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to get such a big bag. The bearded man blinked at the old man, and the old man winked back as if asking what he meant. Cough, cough. "Well, boy, since you are so sincere, I've prepared the tuition fee. Then I'll give you a formal assessment, but the assessment fee, I'll charge you this much." The old man raised another finger, which made the bearded man furious. The bearded man thought to himself, "Hurry up and accept this rich man. Why the F***CK, do you still want to take the assessment?" Han Fei was speechless and scratched his belly. "Is the assessment also charged?" "Well, okay. If the assessment is charged, does accommodation and food also have to be charged?" "Forget it. I have 5,000 mid-quality pearls here. Keep the change." Cough, cough. The old man didn't sleep well and almost overturned the chair. The old man stood up and said to Han Fei, "Although our academy is recruiting spirit gatherers, not war souls." Before the old man finished speaking, his eyes widened. Han Fei's hands flashed with spiritual energy, and he stepped on the ground. A spirit gathering array made of spiritual energy appeared on the ground. For a time, spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei shrugged. "Spirit gatherers? That's great." The old man quickly looked up at the sky. "Well, Xiaozhan, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you going to find those little bastards for me?" As the old man said, he carried 5,000 mid-quality pearls to his chair and then said to Han Fei seriously, I'll let you meet your classmates. Your assessment is to hold on for 10 minutes. Forget it. Just hold on for 5 minutes. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Are the students of the 4th Academy so powerful? I'm an invincible figure of the 3rd Academy, but I'm only worth 5 minutes? Are you looking down on me? Just wait. I can definitely hold on for 30 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei saw 5 people running over from a distance. One was the bearded man who had just left, and Han Fei's eyes lit up. Wow, what a cute and beautiful little girl. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Although there was a soul in his 30s hidden in his heart, it was normal for an uncle to love a little girl. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. The little girl, with a ponytail, white teeth, red lips, clear eyes, and slightly thin cheeks, which didn't look weak, but full of heroic spirit. The 2 daggers hanging from her waist highlighted her identity as a hunter. At such a young age, she was so beautiful. Han Fei almost drooled. Hey, Fatty, what are you looking at? What? Hello, little sister. Han Fei quickly came back to his senses. When did he become so uncalm? How could he be so evil? How could he have such evil thoughts about a little girl? Oh, here comes another fatty, fatter than me. Ha ha ha. I'm not the only fatty in the school now. Han Fei glanced to the side and saw a fatty, much thinner than him, looking at him excitedly. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Student, let me tell you, I'm not fat. I'm just not thin enough. Read 2. Chapter 144. On the other side, a boy holding a stick whispered, I bet this fatty must have fallen in love with Xia Shaochan. I know it from his eyes. However, I admire his courage. The little girl glared at the boy who spoke, and the boy immediately shut up and looked up at the sky. And Han Fei also looked at the boy, and the first word that flashed in his heart was jealousy. This person is a bit too handsome. But Han Fei immediately continued to look at the little girl, trying to show his elegant side. Xia Shaochan, good name. The cicada chirps in summer, but hibernates for several seasons. The epiphyllum blossoms, but waits for the whole day. Xia Shaochan narrowed her eyes. You know cicada? Oh, I'm so cute. Han Fei immediately grinned. The little girl's voice was really nice. Why is there an iceberg-like little beauty next to her? Although she is also good-looking, she is obviously not as smart as Xia Shaochan. After a pause, Han Fei hurriedly said, I read about cicada from an ancient book. I've heard of this creature. Okay. Did I ask you to chat? Han Fei, right? You only need to hold on for 3 minutes in front of them, and you will pass. But I have to remind you that if you can't even hold on for 3 minutes, I won't refund your tuition fee. The sloppy old man turned into a proud little old man at this moment and seemed to be very confident in these boys. At this time, the silent iceberg-like beauty said, Luo Xiaobai, manipulator, junior great fishing master, exotic spiritual plant, blue cannibal flower. Nice to meet you. The fatty, who was much thinner than Han Fei, chuckled. Brother, my name is Lu Rinquang, junior great fishing master, and I am an armorist. My spiritual beast is an exotic spiritual clam. You must hold on for 3 minutes. Then you will definitely become a good brother to me. Han Fei despised him in his heart. Why the F***ck would I be a good brother to you? As for the handsome boy, he said lazily, Zhang Xuanyu, peak-level fishing master, a soul warrior, and his spiritual beast is an exotic, bloodthirsty shark. Brother, I think you are a local tycoon. I like to make friends with local tycoons. Come on. A cunning gleam flashed in Xia Shaochan's eyes. Xia Shaochan, also a junior great fishing master, professional hunter, exotic spiritual beast, shadow shrimp. Oh, by the way, I have a second exotic spiritual beast, the giant arowana. Besides, I don't like fatties. Han Fei paused and was dumbfounded. Is a great fishing master so worthless? There was only one peak-level fishing master, and the others were all junior great fishing masters. What a group of monsters! The most important thing was not their level. Each of them was an exotic spiritual beast, and it sounded like they were all king powerful. What was even more terrifying was that the little lowly actually had 2 exotic spiritual beasts. He had never heard of anyone having 2 exotic spiritual beasts. In this shabby academy, there were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Han Fei, a junior great fishing master, a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. As for his spiritual beast, spirit swallowing fish. They immediately looked at Han Fei strangely. What the hell? Spirit swallowing fish? The bearded man looked at Han Fei with interest. Interesting, a guy whose spiritual beast was only a spirit swallowing fish was a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior at the same time? And to be able to become a great fishing master in the village at such a young age, this kind of talent was very outstanding. The bearded man asked, Han Fei, are you ready? 5 minutes, are you ready? Han Fei took a deep breath. Although the 4 students in front of him looked harmless, they were all masters of the 5 professions, all had exotic spiritual beasts, and almost all were junior great fishing masters. He had to take them seriously. Wow. I'm ready, the bearded man suddenly shouted. Start. The 4 people on the opposite side shouted at the same time, Fuse. Han Fei immediately went all out and used fury. At the same time, he whispered, Attach. After fighting with Jiang Qin for half a year, Han Fei deeply understood one thing. A soul warrior should march forward bravely. No matter what kind of enemy there was in front of him, he should not be weak. Han Fei was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, he raised his rod and smashed it at Zhang Xuanyu, who was also attacking him. But at this moment, a fat man suddenly appeared with a huge shield in his hand. Clang! The force behind this blow was not to be underestimated. Dust flew within dozens of meters, but neither the fat man nor Han Fei moved. Han Fei was stunned. His enemy was not this fat man. Behind the fat man, a figure jumped up. 3 layered waves in furious sea. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Han Fei seemed to feel a surging tide. In an instant, Han Fei was knocked back 7 or 8 steps. Of course, this was not the end. Han Fei heard the sound of wind breaking behind him. The momentum of breaking the sound barrier made him feel that the opponent seemed to be able to break his defense. In an instant, Han Fei inserted the purple bamboo rod into the ground and lay forward in a strange posture. The rod was directly bent and bounced at the blade coming from behind. Clang, feeling that the person behind him retreated. Han Fei felt that his feet were entangled by vines again before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Before he had time to look down, Han Fei waved his double knives and chopped the vines, while the 7 tails behind him swept across and continued to break the other vines, entangling him. Zhang Xuanyu said, Not bad. Come on. Take my 7-layered waves in furious sea. The rod was played like a flower in Zhang Xuanyu's hand. It was extremely gorgeous, and the tides were undulating. It seemed that waves were really hitting his face. Han Fei seemed to see the phantom of huge waves pouncing at him, layer by layer, surging violently. For a time, Han Fei was surrounded by enemies in front of him, on his sides and behind him. Blade storm. Han Fei instantly covered his body with a spiritual energy protective cover, and his whole body spun like a top, flashing horrifying blades from all angles. Clang, 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 clang. Bam, bam, bam. For a time, vines flew and knife shadows clashed. On the side, the bearded man pulled the old man and said, You're already very strong. 5 minutes is too long. It's only 2 minutes. Han Fei was shocked. He thought he was invincible in the same level as him. But who knew that as soon as he came here, he would directly encounter 4 monsters. You're telling me this is a battle fought by a few junior great fishing masters. This was simply a battle between peak-level great fishing masters. Han Fei twisted and turned, constantly making strange postures, trying to break through the encirclement of the four. But just when he was about to break out, the simple and honest fatty suddenly patted his armor box and launched a shield wall impact. Han Fei only saw dozens of giant shield phantoms suddenly appear in front of him and slam at him. Han Fei took a deep breath, and suddenly an array appeared under his feet. A rotating waterspout emerged in the air and directly rolled himself into the sky. Then the waterspout turned into a water-shaped vine and pulled him to the side. Han Fei's face changed. He had used at least 10 combat skills in just 1 minute of the battle. If he was careless, he would be hit. Han Fei felt that he might be able to hold on for a few minutes, but 30 minutes seemed a bit difficult, unless shadow follower. Han Fei had just landed for a moment. Although an idea flashed in his mind before he had time to act, he saw Xia Shaochan turn into a series of afterimages, extremely fast, and the dagger in her hand stabbed at him from a strange and tricky angle. What was a hunter? Before, Han Fei felt that Fong Qing, whom he met in the resource competition, couldn't be regarded as a hunter at all. Compared with Xia Shaochan, she was simply trash. Scar of War Shadows. Han Fei's body suddenly overflowed with spiritual energy, and he rushed in the direction of the 4 people like a madman. Clank, clank, BM, what great strength! When Han Fei stopped, he had already appeared 10 meters away, and Zhang Xuanyu, the weakest soul warrior, was directly knocked flying. Lu Renquang muttered, "His defense power is extremely strong. Let me." Violent war body. Han Fei saw that the fatty was charging at him, and he was using a combat skill similar to Scar of War Shadows. How could Han Fei be afraid? You just laughed at me for being fatter. Now I'll show you the difference between a big fatty and a little fatty. Han Fei immediately ran over, and like a missile explosion, the area within a radius of more than 20 meters was directly detonated. Under the huge impact of the airflow, the school gate was completely shattered, and the old man's recliner under the tree also fell apart, leaving a big pit in the place of impact. Lu Renquang was knocked flying, and for the first time, Han Fei felt what it felt like to have his internal organs tumbling. Was it because his fake innate strength had met the real innate strength? Thorns strangle. Han Fei was speechless. Is there no end to this? Are these people all so cooperative? Han Fei only saw that within a radius of 4 or 5 meters under his feet, countless vines emerged, and the 7 tails couldn't cut them off at once. Xia Shaochan shouted, "Shadow puncture." Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Crazy shark, read 2." Chapter 145. Fuse. Han Fei finally said these 2 words. He had underestimated the geniuses in this world. He thought that he could be invincible among his peers, but now it seemed that if he fought with these 4 people, he would definitely be defeated. Although the result of a life-and-death battle was unknown, this was too shocking. The smoke and dust dispersed. Zhang Xuanyu flew back dozens of meters, covering his chest with one hand. Luo Xiaobai's face was slightly pale, and the vines in front of her were scattered. Only Xia Shaochan almost completely turned into a shadow, holding 2 daggers in her hands and slashing at Han Fei's double knives. At this time, there was no cute little loli at all. She was simply a tough female Tyrannosaurus. Han Fei's eyes were black and white, and his attacks were extremely fast. Every time Xia Shaochan moved, every attack and every angle, Han Fei could block her attacks in an incredible angle. For a moment, there was a lot of clanking sounds in the big pit. Why did you call me little sister? Little sister is not something you can call me. You have a bad eye. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you, Xia Shaochan muttered, muttering every 5 or 6 times, but Han Fei was expressionless. Han Fei, on the other hand, was expressionless. The gentle expression on his face was now wild and cruel. Taking advantage of the gap between attacks, Han Fei grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth, as if he was considering where to bite. Xia Shaochan suddenly disappeared. Han Fei looked down and found that there was a shadow on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, he felt that his legs, lower abdomen, and back were slashed more than 10 times. Bam! Han Fei gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and suddenly exploded with himself as the center. But the shadow appeared more than 10 meters away and turned into a human form again. Xia Shaochan raised her double knives again, flashed, and rushed at Han Fei again. Suppress! The bearded man suddenly appeared between the 2 of them. He threw Xia Shaochan away with one hand and slapped Han Fei's spiritual beast fusion with the other. After losing the fusion, Han Fei sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Han Fei swallowed. You, are you trying to kill me? Han Fei couldn't catch his breath. Especially in the end, the perfect image of the little loli was completely ruined. Is that a little loli? Are you kidding me? Even the iron-head fish is no match for her. What Han Fei didn't know was that not only the 4 students, but also the bearded man and the old man were looking at him up and down with great interest. Lu Renquang was also gasping. Brother, you passed the assessment. Although Lu Renquang was pale, he still rushed over and seemed to want to hug Han Fei. Han Fei remembered that the fat man was the strongest just now. That impact made her internal organs tumble. She didn't want to hug him. Han Fei quickly waved his hand. Don't come over. I warn you, don't come over. Yang Fei, I'd on. Lu Renquang complained. You are a fatty yourself. Fei Lu. Han Fei was sullen. Nonsense, I used to be thin, very thin, thin and handsome. Han Fei. Yang Li Fei was he. I of. Han Fei wondered, what kind of guests? Zhang, Xuanyu blinked. To eat. Lu Renquang nodded. Of course. The new classmate is going to treat us to a meal. After the fight, just now, I feel that I have lost weight. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I brought a pot. I know how to cook. Lu Renquang was shocked. You can cook too? Me too? Lu Renquang immediately pointed at the crowd. Look, I told you that fat people can cook. Only you thin people can enjoy the fruits of others. Luo Xiaobai snorted, ignored Lu Renquang, and looked at Han Fei. Hello, new classmate. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'm not good. My internal organs are tumbling. Xia Shaochan quietly appeared behind Han Fei. Do you want me to rub it for you? Han Fei shivered and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly got up and ran to Lu Renquang. Xia Shaochan, I warn you, don't come over. I don't hit girls. Just rub it. Looking at Xia Shaochan's resentful face, Han Fei got goosebumps all over. It would have been fine if they hadn't started fighting, but after this battle, it was clear that she was a killer of appearances. Among the few of them, she was the most terrifying. She could even turn into a shadow. Even Newton couldn't do anything to her. Yo, you have all 5 professions. Han Fei looked up, only to see a middle-aged, beautiful woman jump down from the top of the tree and look at Han Fei up and down. The beautiful woman said, Gee, an exotic, contractual spiritual beast that even we have never heard of, and that spirit-swallowing fish is also an exotic spiritual beast. She is a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior, and her defense power is comparable to that of the little fatty. Her combat power is a little stronger than Zhang Xuanyu, and her speed can keep up with Shaochan. Old Bai, where did you find this little monster? The old man didn't seem to expect that a guy who came to him would be so strong, which was completely beyond his expectation. But the old man said coldly, she came to me on her own. The bearded man laughed. Good, good. Our academy finally recruited 5 people. Congratulations. I think we can go to a restaurant tonight. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he glared at the big man. Do you have a lot of money? You want to go to a restaurant? With that, the old man looked at the destroyed environment around and said to Han Fei, The school has been destroyed by you? Forget it. I won't ask you to pay for it. You are already a student of our Thug Academy. Han Fei looked around. It was already shabby enough, but it wasn't that shabby now. The bearded man said helplessly, Forget it, then I'll do it myself. Han Fei, let me introduce to you. This is Dean Bai of our Thug Academy. You can call him Old Bai. I am your instructor, Xiaozhan, a soul warrior and armorist. My spiritual beast is 8-armed conch. This is Instructor Wenrinyu, a manipulator and an exotic spiritual plant, swordgrass branch. Hello, President. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello, Ms. Wenrin. Han Fei scratched his belly. Mr. Xiao, where is our dormitory? Cough, cough. Lu Rinquang patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Dormitory? We don't have a dormitory. Han Fei. Han Fei wondered. Then where do we live? Lu Rinquang said casually, Anywhere. Such a large area, even the mountain behind it is ours. We can live wherever we want. Zhang Xuanyu also came over and patted Han Fei on the shoulder. You know, our school only has this archway and a library building left. Boom! As soon as Zhang Xuanyu's voice fell, the archway collapsed. Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, everyone was silent for a long time. Han Fei thought for a long time. He didn't want to live like a savage in the next few years. Han Fei asked, Why don't you build some houses? Lu Rinquang looked at him as if he were a fool. Building houses costs money. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. How can we have money? Han Fei was helpless. I just paid 5,000 mid-quality pearls as a tuition fee. What? Lu Rinquang's eyes widened, and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei as if looking at a mid-quality pearl. Xia, Xiaochan cried out with a wow, and even Luo Xiaobai, who was the coldest, showed a shocked look. Everyone looked at the old man, thinking that this old man was too cruel. 5,000 mid-quality pearls as a tuition fee? How did he do it? Old Bai thought to himself, I didn't ask for it. He gave it to me, okay? Cough, cough. I've decided to take out 3,000 to build the school. 3,000 is enough. We can find someone to renovate our school. Han Fei's eyes flickered. This old man is not simple. He's definitely the same as old Jiang, a cunning old fox. He cheated me of my money, but didn't even blush. However, if I serve this mysterious old man well, I'll get a lot of benefits. If I hadn't hooked up with old Jiang, would I have achieved what I have now? Would I have become a soul warrior? Han Fei waved his hand. How can 3,000 be enough? I'll personally invest 7,000 mid-quality pearls to make up 10,000. Let's renovate the school. Silence! Old Bai was stunned. The bearded man was stunned. Lu Rinquang and Zhang Xuanyu were also stunned. Old Bai quickly nodded and said, Very good, very good. It's decided. Let's find someone to renovate the school, starting from tomorrow. In his heart, Old Bai thought to himself, Is this kid stupid? He's definitely a local tycoon. Lu Rinquang hugged Han Fei. Brother, do you still need parts? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei on the shoulder. I can be very sure that you will definitely become my good brother. Brother, how about going out for dinner tonight? Xia, Xiaochan asked. Little brother, do you want to make a deal with money? Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned. Is this really a good idea? You just wanted to hack me to death, and now you call me little brother? Han Fei took a deep breath. What kind of deal? Han Fei, this straightforward man, actually asked this question. Xia Xiaochan replied, If I have something to do, you pay. If you have something to do, don't come to me. You can't hold my hand, we can't date. Han Fei, read 2. Chapter 146. That night, The school was going to hold a banquet for Han Fei, but Old Bai was reluctant to spend money on it. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, in a temporary kitchen in the woods, Han Fei was cooking in a large pot, and a pearl fish had been cooked. All kinds of seasonings were thrown in one by Han Fei. After a while, the aroma of the hot pot spread for a few kilometers. Lu Rinquang, known as the best chef of the Thug Academy, was following Han Fei's footsteps. Wherever Han Fei went, he followed, drooling. Lu Rinquang was like a curious baby. Han Fei, isn't this a yellow ball? It's not delicious. Han Fei smiled. There is nothing that is not delicious in this world. Only immature cooking skills. What I'm making now is called sour and spicy potato strips. Xia Xiaochan was staring at a plate of little white shrimp, frowning from time to time. Han Fei, this shrimp is alive. Han Fei was now traumatized by Xia Xiaochan's cute image, so he replied casually, "That's called drunk shrimp. It's just drunk. It'll take a while." Old Bai was furious. "Han Fei, isn't it a waste to give shrimp such good wine? How can you waste such excellent wine on these low-level little white shrimps?" Han Fei glanced at Old Bai and the bearded men who were carrying wine jars and said helplessly, "Hey, give me back my seasonings. There are many more to drink." Old Bai ignored him. "I didn't expect low-level spiritual fruits to have such a magical effect. I let them rot in the ground. That's also a seasoning." Only now did Han Fei know that the huge plantation outside also belonged to the Thug Academy. It could be said that the Thug Academy occupied almost 1/3 of this island. He really couldn't figure out why the Blue Sea town gave them such a large piece of land. This old man was stupid. "Why didn't you rent it out? You can make some extra money." Old Bai asked, "Huh? Wait, why are there so few low-level spiritual fruits? Didn't you dig them outside?" Han Fei said grumpily, "I brought them from the village myself." Old Bai was surprised. "You said you are from the Heavenly Water Village. Do you know the old man in the plantation over there?" Seeing Old Bai ask, Han Fei took out old Jiang's message from his pocket. "Here, Master Jiang asked me to send you a message." Old Bai took the letter in surprise. As soon as he saw the word "old bastard" on it, he knew that it must be from old Jiang. Old Bai was not angry. Instead, he wondered, "Why didn't you take this letter out earlier?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Grandpa said I was barely qualified to come to the 4th Academy, so I wanted to see how strong our academy was. Later, when the 4 of them stood in front of me, I didn't dare to take it." Old Bai said leisurely, "At least you have some self-awareness. If I had known that it was old Jiang who asked you to come, I would have made you last for at least 100 seconds. Not far away, when Ranyu, the beautiful middle-aged woman, and Luo Xiaobai, the little iceberg, were staring at the golden prawns, clams, and roasted spiritual fruits on the grill, sniffing from time to time, Han Fei walked over, brushed the oil again, and then smeared another layer of garlic sauce on it. The 2 girls immediately swallowed their saliva. Han Fei turned his head sharply. "Xia Xiaochan, the drunken prawns are not ready yet. You can eat them later." Xia Xiaochan muttered, "Oh!" As soon as she opened her mouth, a small white prawn jumped out of her mouth. How could this be called not ready? "Fatty, turn down the fire. It won't taste good if it's too mushy." Lu Rinquang laughed. "You are the fatty. I am the thin one now." Han Fei, after a moment, when the hot pot, barbecue, and other dishes were served one by one, Han Fei said, "Okay, our first sumptuous dinner is ready. Let's eat." As Han Fei spoke, he found that Lu Rinquang and Xia Xiaochan's mouths were already full of oil. Lu Rinquang was holding a garlic prawn in his hand and stuffing all kinds of dishes into his mouth. Old Bai and Big Beard Xiao, the 2 of them drank a mouthful of garlic and took a bite of clam meat, eating and drinking with delight. Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. "It's so delicious. Xiaobai, let's not ask Lu Rinquang to cook anymore. Let Han Fei cook from now on. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips and nodded. Yes, they're not on the same level at all. Lu Renquang was not annoyed. I'm learning how to cook. Such delicious food has always been our exclusive skill. Han Fei said with a black face. I repeat, I am not a fatty. My fatness is only temporary. Luo Xiaobai was quite calm. She didn't grab it, but just tried it in small bites. It's delicious. No one paid any more attention to Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to have seen a group of gluttons sweeping up all the dishes on the table, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. From the beginning to the end, he had only eaten 2 garlic prawns. The good thing was that it only took Han Fei one night to get along well with everyone. Even Luo Xiaobai, the little iceberg, had to smile when she saw Han Fei. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Old Bai said he was going to sleep and then ran away. Big Beard Xiaozhan and Wenrin, you also left one after another. Han Fei asked, Where shall we sleep tonight? Zhang Xuanyu said casually, Lu Renquang and I both sleep in caves. Shall we help you dig cave? Lu Renquang waved his hand. It's okay. We can squeeze in one more. Han Fei, do you want to squeeze in? Han Fei shivered and shook his head. What about the president and the others? Lu Renquang said enviously. The president sleeps in the library. Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan and the latter said, Xiaobai and I also sleep in caves. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Can I squeeze in? Immediately, 2 murderous eyes came at him. Xia Shaochan said with a smile, Little brother, I don't mind. Anyway, you will become our sister the next day. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang felt their crotches tighten and they all shut up. However, they secretly gave Han Fei a thumbs up. Dude, you are the coolest man I have ever seen. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Forget it. I'll build a temporary house myself. Lu Renquang lost interest when he heard that. That's too troublesome. I might as well sleep in a cave. Han Fei glanced around and asked, Can the trees here be cut down? Zhang Xuanyu snapped his fingers. You have the money, so you have the final say. This whole forest is now yours. You can cut down as many trees as you want. Without saying a word, Han Fei went to the side with a knife and cut down a big tree, muttering in his heart, I finally changed from an ordinary person to a cultivator, but now I have to live in a cave. Isn't I regressing? It's impossible to live in a cave. Don't even think about it, especially with 2 men. Han Fei raised his hand and chopped his knife again, and pieces of wooden planks appeared in front of everyone. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Are you really going to build a house? Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue. The new student is a bit awesome. You can do everything. Xia Shaochan leaned over. Can you help me build one too? Han Fei responded. Everyone has their limits. Let's sleep in one, okay? Xia Shaochan asked. Then shall we become good sisters? Although you're a little fat, I don't mind. Han Fei carried large pieces of wood and jumped up and down. Only then did everyone realize that this guy was going to build a tree house. Immediately, everyone was interested. They had slept in trees before, but no one had thought of building a house in a tree. Half an hour later, when a complete tree house was built by Han Fei and covered with mattresses and quilts, Han Fei also hung a few rubies in it, illuminating the tree house. No one wanted to go back to the cave. Han Fei sat on the trunk. Why haven't you gone back yet? Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. She jumped on the tree and said to Han Fei, I want to experience it. With that, Xia Shaochan went into the treehouse and rolled around happily for a few times. It's so comfortable. I don't want to go back to Shandong anymore. I'm going to sleep in a tree tonight. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night. Han Fei hurriedly called out, Hey, no, wait a minute. Didn't you say you wanted to experience it? Why did you sleep in it? Xia Xiaochan said slyly. I've experienced it. You're too heavy and this tree house can't bear you. You need to find a bigger tree. Look, that one is good, thick and big. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me, or I'll let the giant arowana come out and bite you. Han Fei trembled with anger. Xia Xiaochan, I've tolerated you for a long time. Okay. I'll help you build another one. I'm doing this for your own good. Fat people should exercise more and try to be as thin as Lu Renkuang. That's your goal. Han Fei was speechless. Since when did Lu Renkuang become his goal? Half a month later, a large number of school buildings were completed. The archway of the Thug Academy was rebuilt, and the 4 big characters of the Thug Academy were hung up again. Han Fei had been here for half a month. As a result, he became a construction supervisor and had to look at the drawings of the house every day, which gave him a headache. I'm here to cultivate, not to build a house. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu and the other 3 squatted beside Han Fei, and the 5 of them stared at the library in a daze. Lu Renkuang sighed. Why is the library the tallest and most beautiful building in the whole school? Han Fei said leisurely, only in this way can the heritage of a school be reflected. Xia Xiaochan held her chin with her hand and sighed. But no one comes to our school. There are only 5 of us in total. Why do those people all go to the other 3 academies? Han Fei's mouth twitched. Don't you know why you go to the other 3 academies? The students live in caves, and the president lives in the library. If old Jiang hadn't asked me to come here, I wouldn't have come. At this time, old Bai, Xiao Zhan, and Wenren came out of the library. Xiao Zhan said coldly, Okay, today is your first class. Read 2. Chapter 147. The first class of the Thug Academy began on such an ordinary day. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. No one knew how many heavenly talents would come out of the Thug Academy in the endless years to come. Xiao Zhan, who had just been out of poverty, was totally different from the gentle uncle who sold bull conches in class. Xiao Zhan walked down the stairs step by step and looked at everyone coldly. I know you must be eager to go to class, to go to the fishery, and to pursue the improvement of strength. But I want to ask you a question first. Have any of you ever thought about why you want to become a fishing master? Why do you want to be stronger? Who can tell me? Xiao Zhan's last sentence was roared out, which made the 5 people who were originally still lazing around stunned. Was this still the gentle uncle they knew? Luo Xiaobai was the first to take a step forward. There's no reason to be stronger. You just need to be stronger for the sake of being stronger. Xiao Zhan was non-committal. Is there any other answer? This is a world where the strong are respected. If you don't want to be bullied, if you want to stand out, and if you want to live the life you want, you have to be stronger. Only in this way will you not be stepped on by others. Xiao Zhan's eyes moved sideways. Xia Xiaochan, what about you? Xia Xiaochan smiled slightly. For freedom. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. For freedom? Lu Renkuang, you're not doing this for food, are you? Lu Renkuang smiled embarrassedly. So Xiao Zhan turned his eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei blinked twice. The world is so big. I want to see it. Huh. The others all looked at Han Fei. This reason was so strong that they couldn't find a reason to refute it. Xiao Zhan sneered. You don't know anything. You think you are geniuses, so you are full of pride. You don't even know that you are as small as an ant. But this world is never short of geniuses. Maybe if you leave the Thug Academy now and go to any other academy, you'll become one of the top 100, top 10, or even the strongest in the Blue Sea Town in the future. But so what? Even if you become the strongest, you are still an ant. You know nothing about this world. Xiao Zhan was very serious, and his voice was full of majesty. He looked at everyone. No matter what you do, first of all, it's because of responsibility. Everyone wanted to be successful in their cultivation and live a carefree life, but who could be carefree? I hope that in the next few years you will remember the word responsibility. Xiao Zhan pointed at the sky. In the past, the Thug Academy was glorious and dazzling. In the past, the Thug Academy had students everywhere in the 1,000-star city. In the past, the Thug Academy swept through the surrounding 36 towns and defeated all the experts of the same level in the 1,000-star city. In the past, the Thug Academy was a symbol of strength and the cradle of geniuses. But do you know why it declined? Han Fei widened his eyes. What do you mean? The Fourth Academy was so powerful. Sweep the 36 towns and break through the 1,000-star city? You must be bragging. Xiao Zhan coldly snorted. In the past, I was as naive as you and my heart was filled with pride. The Thug Academy is invincible wherever it is. However, when we were strong enough to come into contact with some secrets, those geniuses who were as dazzling as the stars were withering and falling, no one could stop him. We thought we were invincible, but it was a joke. We couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xiao Zhan's voice suddenly became low. At that time, the Thug Academy declined, its geniuses withered, and it was no longer as glorious as it used to be. At that time, I was thinking about a question. That is, why do we have to become fishing masters? Why do we have to fish? What's the point of fishing? Han Fei and the others were very serious at the moment, their faces solemn. What was the secret that made an extremely powerful school decline to this point? Xiao Zhan's eyes were red. The endless sea below you gives you power. You are becoming stronger through this power. But you don't know why you have to become stronger. I will tell you the answer, but not now, but one day, when the 5 of you can sweep the surrounding 36 towns again. Hiss! For the first time, the 5 of them felt a huge pressure. Sweep the 36 towns? Han Fei didn't know until today that there were other towns nearby. He knew that he was strong, but he shouldn't be strong enough to really sweep his peers. Especially when he met Xia Shaochan and the other 3. He was more and more sure of this. However, now Xiao Zhan gave them a chance. This, in their opinion, was extremely difficult. Sweep the 36 towns? Would such a genius still appear in the town? If they really became such geniuses, the so-called heavenly talents in the city should have nothing to fear, right? After speaking, Xiao Zhan pointed to the library and pointed to all directions of the campus. The Thug Academy recruits students regardless of origin or opportunity. Whether you come from the city or the countryside, even if you are a fish, as long as you dare to come, we dare to teach you. However, the premise is that the Thug Academy has not betrayed us. Otherwise, we will do our best to kill the traitor. Xiao Zhan took out 6 brocade sachets from his arms. He sneered and looked at Han Fei and the others. I have 6 brocade sachets in my hand, and the 6th brocade sachet contains the first secret about this world. And the first 5 are the goals you need to achieve now. If you can't open the first 5 brocade sachets, then don't think about becoming stronger anymore, because it's meaningless. You will never become a real strong person. Luo Xiaobai stretched out her hand and said solemnly, Teacher, please give us these 5 brocade sachets. Xiao Zhan grinned hideously. You want the brocade sachets? You're not qualified yet. You're not even qualified to get the first brocade sachet. Today's first lesson is to let you understand that you are ignorant, weak, and not qualified to be proud. Everyone. Xiao Zhan turned around and walked up the stairs, while Old Bai walked down slowly at this moment. He glanced at everyone and said, Xiao Zhan has finished. In the next 3 years, to be exact, it should be 4 years, you will be honed for these 6 brocade sachets. When you are qualified to get these 6 brocade sachets, it will be time for you to graduate. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Zhan. For years to uncover secret about this world sounded like it was worth it. Inexorably, everyone felt that this secret was worth spending 4 years to obtain. Old Bai smiled. You are all heavenly talents. Let me make a long story short. Do you know why the 5 of you belong to the 5 major professions? Because in thousands of years of history, Human beings have fought against the ocean and experienced countless attempts and sacrifices to form such a perfect combination system. In the future, you will be the best companions, and you can trust your back to your companions. So, you must be very familiar with each other. So familiar that there are almost no secrets between you. Of course, everyone has secrets. I'm talking about combat skills, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, etc. Try not to keep secrets, because that may affect your combat cooperation. With that, Old Bai looked at Xia Shaochan. Xia Shaochan, every time you fight, you basically use the shadow shrimp. But where is your giant arowana? Then, Old Bai looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, you have been trying to hide the secret of your exotic spirit swallowing fish. When you fight, you only use contractual spiritual beasts. But do you know that in history, you are not the only one who has the yin-yang divine eyes? Han Fei was shocked. How could he be discovered so quickly? It seemed that the Thug Academy was more confident than he thought. After that, Old Bai scolded Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai, is that how you use your blue cannibal flower? Have you told them the secret of the blue cannibal flower devouring spirit? Lu Rinquang, does everyone know that you have an exotic, wild, spiritual heritage? Zhang Xuanyu, have you ever shown the bloodthirsty shark soul attack method? The people who were pointed out all changed their faces. All of them had secrets, but they were all pointed out. Their hearts had already been stirred up by a storm. What? Have they all seen through me? At the same time, they also looked at the others. All of them had secrets. All of them had opportunities, and all of them were cunning. Old Bai continued, from today on, within half a month, I won't arrange any learning tasks for you. What you need to do is to get familiar with each other. Get familiar with each other's secrets, and get familiar with each other's combat skills. Half a month later, what I want to see is a team with tacit cooperation. A team that you can tell each other what you are going to do with a single thought. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, President. The others all lowered their heads and seemed to be thinking about something. Even Han Fei was shocked. He didn't see through my indestructible body, did he? Rin Tianfei said that if they saw through this thing, they would be doomed. Read 2. Chapter 148. In the grove, the 5 people sat on the grass, staring at each other, not knowing what to say. Zhang Xuanyu smiled awkwardly. It seems that we have no secrets. Then tell me. Lu Rinquang asked. Well, you go first. Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. I'm a fishing master, and you 4 great fishing masters have more secrets than me. Han Fei was still worried about the indestructible body. He couldn't let his body continue to be so strong. So he said, I'll tell you first. Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei. Han Fei continued, I'll tell you 3 secrets. Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. You grew up surrounded by secrets, right? So many secrets. Lu Rinquang looked at Han Fei curiously, her big eyes full of curiosity. Han Fei continued, the first is my spiritual beast, an exotic spirit swallowing fish. In fact, the president just said that when I fuse with my spiritual beast, my eyes will change and I can see the trajectory of the opponent's moves and attacks. Actually, the principal had said earlier that when I fused with him, my eyes would undergo a transformation. I would be able to clearly see my opponent's movements and attack trajectories. But after I fuse with my spiritual beast, my eyes will change, and I can see the trajectory of the opponent's movements and attacks. But after I fuse with my spiritual beast, there will be a flaw. That is, I will be extremely bloodthirsty. When I used this fusion ability for the first time, I bit a person to death. Huh. You didn't eat people, did you? Xia Shaochan shivered. She was imagining that scene, and she didn't dare to imagine it. Han Fei's face was black. Do I look like I eat people? Xia Shaochan snorted. Who knows? On the day you entered the school, you fused with your spiritual beast and used the yin-yang divine eyes to block my knife technique. At that time, it seemed that you were going to eat me. Han Fei Luo Xiaobai asked, "What's the second secret?" Han Fei explained, "The second secret is not a secret either. By chance, I obtained a combat skill called the Incomplete Monograph on 108 Ways of Body Polishing. Cultivating this battle skill can seal 108 vital acupoints and 36 death acupoints, preventing spiritual energy from leaking out. It can also strengthen the body." Lu Rinquang immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God! No wonder you are so strong. After colliding with you that day, I almost couldn't recover until dinner." Han Fei scratched his belly. "Actually, the effect of this combat skill may be lower in the future, unless I get the full set of combat skills. Based on the current situation, my body should be able to withstand an attack from a common tier high-grade weapon. In the future, it might become even stronger, but at most it would only be able to withstand low-grade magic treasures." Everyone was speechless. Using your physical body to block a low-grade magic treasure. What else do you want? You want to go to heaven? Zhang Xuanyu's face darkened. What about the third secret? Han Fei scratched his belly in embarrassment. "I used to be thin and handsome. However, it was also a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain a large amount of energy that he couldn't digest and accumulate in his body. As I grow stronger, I'll slowly lose weight and return to the peak of my looks." Zhang Xuanyu said, disdainfully, "Go to hell. Can you be as handsome as me if you slim down?" "Pretty boy." Zhang Xuanyu flew into a rage. "Get lost. My handsome appearance also exudes an incomparably domineering masculinity." Bullsh asterisk T. You're talking to me about masculinity when you're only a teenager? Lu Rinquang was shocked. "No way. Han Fei, are you going to be skinny in the future? Don't. Won't I be the only one who will be fat?" Xia Shaochan said with a black face, "Shut up, you three. Han Fei only has 2 secrets. The third one doesn't count. Quang Quang, it's your turn." What they didn't know was that at this moment, Old Bai was eavesdropping in the grass not far away with Xiao Zhan and Wenren Yu. Wenren Yu asked, "Old Bai, is the yin-yang divine eyes so powerful? They can even see the trajectory of the battle? Where did you see them?" Old Bai rolled his eyes. "I guessed. I've seen this talent in ancient books, and the records in ancient books are not detailed. I didn't know it was so powerful." Xiao Zhan asked, "What about the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing? What is that?" Old Bai explained, "Yes, but it seems to be a venerable level combat skill. I don't know which venerable it is, but since this kid said he got an opportunity, it must be related to that venerable. Unfortunately, it's only an incomplete monograph. If it were the complete one, his physique would be unimaginable." Xiao Zhan licked his lips. "It's really strong. A great fishing master can block a mortal-level, high-quality weapon. What if he becomes a dangling fisher?" Lu Rinquang said. "In fact, I don't know much about the wild spiritual heritage. Anyway, when I tested my spiritual heritage, it was yellow with a red tint. My teacher said it was only a level 3 spiritual heritage. Later, I cultivated too fast, so I went to test it again and found that the color of my spiritual heritage had become red with a yellow tint. Later on, after a lot of research, he finally found the wild meridian in an ancient book. It is said that this is a kind of spiritual heritage that can grow and may be comparable to a level 9 spiritual heritage when it grows to its peak." Wow! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A level 9 spiritual heritage? How strong must it be? Han Fei also gasped. Wasn't this too shocking? I worked so hard to earn spiritual energy to upgrade. You can upgrade automatically? The heavenly Tao was unfair. But red? Is there black? Why do I see a touch of black? Han Fei asked. Do you still have that ancient book? Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei, who waved his hand and said, I have an authentic yellow spiritual heritage, level 3 spiritual heritage. Huh, you only have a level 3 spiritual heritage? Everyone was shocked again. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. A level 3 spiritual heritage? How can you cultivate so fast? How can I, a level 6 spiritual heritage, show my face? Han Fei was also shocked. How can you have a level 6 spiritual heritage with such a high level of level 6? Why wasn't he brought to the city? Han Fei asked, Kuang Kuang, what are the characteristics or functions of your wild spiritual heritage? Lu Renquang replied, you can eat. You can annoy me. If you annoy me, something very serious will happen. How serious? Lu Renquang replied, crazy. It's probably similar to Han Fei's bloodthirsty impulse, but I can hardly control myself. My strength, defense, and combat power have at least doubled. Pooh! Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand. You guys talk. I want to be alone. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, sit down, it's your turn. Zhang Xuanyu said, I don't have such an exaggerated ability, okay? A level 6 spiritual heritage is neither high nor low, but not as good as a real genius. But my spiritual beast, Bloodthirsty Shark, can drink other people's bloodline power when fighting. In addition, it can also launch spiritual attacks. If the opponent's spiritual power is very strong, it may not work. Han Fei was speechless. You call this not exaggerated? You can also steal other people's bloodline power. If I were your enemy, I would be the first to kill you. Lu Renquang nodded. Agreed. I will also be the first to kill you. Xia Shaochan nodded. Agreed. Luo Xiaobai nodded. It's my turn. My spiritual heritage is green. I don't know what kind of exotic spiritual heritage it is, but it should also be a kind of spiritual heritage that can grow. My spiritual beast, the blue cannibal flower, can devour other people's spiritual energy when entangled with the enemy, and will stab into the enemy's skin and spread toxins. In addition, I can perceive the plants within a kilometer around me and let the plants become my eyes. For example, the president and the others are eavesdropping on us. Everyone, not far away, Old Bai and the other two suddenly blushed. God knows you have this ability. What's wrong with eavesdropping? Is eavesdropping against the law? Wenren Yu was speechless. You are all little monsters. Xiao Zhan grinned. Good. The Thug Academy was also full of monsters. Everyone was speechless. However, it didn't matter that they were eavesdropping. Anyway, he would tell them later, so he might as well tell them now. At this time, everyone looked at Xia Shaochan. Xia Shaochan said a little shyly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Speak properly. Xia Shaochan glared at Han Fei angrily. I have a colorless spiritual heritage. Everyone thought I didn't have a spiritual heritage because others can't see it. I don't know whether it can grow or not. As for my ability, it seems to be charm, but I'm not sure, because my ability is more effective on fish, so they won't actively attack me. Everyone gasped. Colorless? Xia Shaochan nodded a little sadly. This colorless spiritual heritage had caused her a lot of trouble. Zhang Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder I was immediately attracted by your beauty when I first saw you. I was even beaten up by you. Lu Renquang blinked. Why wasn't I charmed? Zhang Xuanyu replied, maybe you also have an exotic spiritual heritage. You see, Han Fei and I are the same. When we first saw Xia Shaochan, we almost drooled. Han Fei argued. Who drooled? Xia Shaochan stabbed her dagger into the ground. Are you listening or not? Han Fei replied, yes, yes. Han Fei was speechless. She drew her dagger at the slightest provocation. Was she really violent? Xia Shaochan explained, I have a dual attribute, spiritual beast. Everyone has seen the ability of the shadow shrimp, which is shadow pursuit. It can allow me to shuttle like a shadow, so I chose the profession of hunter. As for the giant arowana, I really don't know. I don't know anything except that the giant arowana can roar and bite. When I fused with them, I felt that I would explode. So, the fusion time was very short, and I couldn't even last 10 minutes. The eavesdropping trio. One Rin, you looked at Old Bai. Giant arowana. I haven't heard of it either. Xiao Zhan echoed. I haven't heard of it either. Old Bai looked solemn. I've seen it once. It's very strong, too strong for me to describe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Xia Shaochan back. Read 2. Chapter 149. When everyone finished, they saw that Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu were almost hugging each other and shivering. Xia Shaochan spat. Disgusting. Han Fei snorted. I don't want to talk to 3 people with growth spiritual heritages, all of which are exotic spiritual heritages. Can't you just be normal people? Tell me, are you from the 1,000-star city or somewhere else? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I don't care. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Alas, but Fei, you are worse off than me. You only have a level 3 spiritual heritage. Han Fei's brain was working fast. Growth spiritual heritage is a good excuse to cover up the existence of the demon purification pot. So Han Fei said leisurely, Actually, I want to say that my spiritual heritage seems to be able to grow, but it needs a huge amount of spiritual energy. CK off. Zhang Xuanyu kicked Han Fei away and squatted on the ground drawing circles. Xia Shaochan was curious. Do you really have a growth spiritual heritage? Han Fei scratched his belly. I don't know. It's possible, right? However, the color of my spirit vein is not as colorful as yours. My spiritual heritage is yellow, the same yellow as normal people. Luo Xiaobai asked, Has your spiritual heritage been improved before? Han Fei nodded. Yes, the first time was when I ate the seabed spiritual fruit, and the second time was when I had an opportunity and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei thought to himself, this is not a lie, is it? In the future, if my spiritual heritage is improved, I can explain it. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing if I don't have an explanation. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu said, Does this count? Yes. What's wrong? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Then, it seems that I also have a spiritual heritage. When I just tested it, it was a level 5 spiritual heritage. Han Fei kicked him back. CK off. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The faces of the 3 people in the grass turned green. You've gone too far. Are you showing off to us? Old Bai said leisurely, there is reincarnation. Maybe this is God's will. Otherwise, how could these guys happen to gather in our school during this period? Xiao Zhan said with a straight face, I don't want to see them for the time being. I'm going to sell bull conches on the street. Wen Rin, you also stood up and left. I don't want to see them either. I'm going to work at the Linglong Tower. Old Bai. Do I want to see them? After the meeting, Han Fei felt that none of them were simple. Why did they all have growth spiritual heritages? If they were all so powerful, wouldn't they have been taken away by the 1,000-star city long ago? Han Fei wondered if he should get more information out of him. Han Fei looked around, only to find that Lu Renkuang looked rather silly. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Aren't we going to get to know each other? Why don't we have a big meal before then? Otherwise, we might not have time to eat in the next few days. Lu Renkuang quickly raised his hand. I agree. Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Shaochan smacked their lips and couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, so they also nodded. Han Fei smiled. Fatty, let's go to the plantation to pick some fresh, low-level spiritual fruits. Han Fei knew that the other 3 were not interested. Lu Renkuang used to cook, and he was probably the only one who was willing to run a plantation. On the way, Han Fei put his arm around Lu Renkuang's shoulder. Hey, Fatty, when did you all enter the school? Lu Renkuang immediately patted his chest. According to the time, I was the first to come, and they all lined up behind me. Han Fei was taken aback. Oh, you were the first, so when you came there was no one? Lu Rinquang thought for a while and said with a sad face, "How miserable! You don't know, when I first came here, I had to bask in the sun and eat low-level spiritual fruits to satisfy my hunger. I was too poor at that time. I don't know why the principal and teachers didn't go to the fishery to make money. I really don't understand." Seeing Lu Rinquang sighing, Han Fei asked again, "What about the others?" Lu Rinquang was a talkative guy, so he kept talking all the way. "Xiaobai was brought here by Ms. Wenrin, which made me happy for a while. But Xiaobai didn't talk, and I was bored. But she was really powerful. At that time, I practiced with Xiaobai a lot and was often beaten by her." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Oh, she was brought here by Ms. Wenren in person? Then she must be very powerful, right?" Lu Rinquang sneered. "What do you know? Except for you, who came to our school by yourself. Who else was not brought here by the teachers? I was brought back by the principal, personally. At that time, I was competing with people in the village in eating fish. You'll be scared to death if you tell me that I ate 17 fish alone. Maybe the principal passed by and was shocked by my talent, so he brought me here." Han Fei twitched his mouth and was startled. "You ate 17 fish? He must have seen something wrong with you, so he brought you back." But Lu Rinquang turned his head and smiled. "Of course, eating is one thing, but I'm also special in other aspects. Take Zhang Xuanyu, for example. He was brought back by Ms. Xiao Zhan from outside the Level 2 fishery. It is said that he drifted from another town to our town alone. Have you seen the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea? He created it himself." "What?" Han Fei was stunned. "He drifted from another town? And he created his own combat skill?" Lu Rinquang said admiringly, of course. At that time, he was only an intermediate fishing master and created his own 7-layered waves in Furious Sea at sea. Isn't it shocking? Han Fei took a deep breath. Not just shocking. Creating his own combat skill was not something that ordinary people could do. And what was even more terrifying was that this guy actually came from another town, not to mention how dangerous it was at sea. Could it really be so easy to travel between towns? Lu Rinquang looked at Han Fei's surprised face and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised. It's nothing. You don't even know Xia Xiaochan." Han Fei swallowed. "Xia Xiaochan also drifted here?" Lu Rinquang looked at Han Fei speechlessly. "How can there be so many people drifting here? Xia Xiaochan was brought back by the principal a month ago, but I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense." With that, Lu Rinquang put his head close to Han Fei's ear. "I'm telling you, Xia Xiaochan is sick." Han Fei was stunned and looked at Lu Rinquang strangely. "Although she seems to be a little sick, it's not good for us to speak ill of her behind her back, right?" Han Fei thought to himself, "This fatty is quite honest and straightforward. I didn't expect him to be so cunning." Lu Rinquang was speechless. "No, she is really sick." Thinking of Xia Xiaochan's appearance when she chopped people, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Is it because she has a disease that will kill her if she doesn't chop people? Lu Rinquang looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You know." Han Fei. Lu Rinquang whispered. "Do you know that Xia Xiaochan had a relapse on the first day she came here and almost hacked Zhang Xuanyu to death? Fortunately, Mr. Xiaozhan helped her. But you won't believe it, but she chased Mr. Xiaozhan and chopped a whole mountain." Looking at Lu Rinquang's horrified look, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, "Really? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me." Lu Rinquang patted his belly. "How can I lie to you? Luo Xiaobai is very nice, except that she doesn't talk much and is a little fierce. Zhang Xuanyu is even easier to talk to. We used to sleep in the same cave. Only Xia Xiaochan, once I saw her body glowing red and she was so fierce that I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, the president suppressed her in time." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Really?" Lu Rinquang laughed. "The president told me that there was an unstable power in Xia Xiaochan's body, so she needed to vent it out. In fact, She is quite a good person. Last time she almost hacked Zhang Xuanyu to death, and then she cried alone. Hey, it's even better that you're here. When Xia Shaochan needed to vent that power, she would hack me. Your physique is stronger than mine, so I'll leave it to you. Pooh! Han Fei was dumbfounded. What if she hacked me to death? Lu Renquang nodded. Don't worry, she won't. She knows what to do. As long as she releases that strange power through fighting, she will be fine. You see, she only had a relapse in the first 2 days, but since she hacked me every day, she has been fine. Han Fei. Read 2. Chapter 150. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more horrified he was. Did I come here to be a meat shield? But if he thought about it deeply, didn't it mean that Xia Shaochan had been growing up in this abyss of suffering since she was a child? However, having said that, Han Fei was still a little speechless. During the entrance assessment, he knew that Xia Shaochan's combat ability was definitely the strongest among all of them. Even after he fused with her, he was only on par with her. In order to prevent himself from following in Zhang Xuanyu's footsteps one day, it seemed that he had to continue refining his body. On the table, before the hot pot began to cook, Xia Shaochan came back with a 2-meter-long bull conch. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Oh, Xia Shaochan, did you steal teacher Xiao Zhan's bull conch?" Xia Shaochan smiled slyly. "Anyway, he doesn't sell it now. Let's eat bull conch hot pot tonight." Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochan strangely and pretended to be nonchalant. This thing is not easy to cook. The meat is not easy to rot. Xia Shaochan snorted. As long as the fire is big, it can be cooked. With that, she waved her dagger, and in the midst of sparks, the bull conch shell was cut into pieces. She raised her dagger, and a huge piece of bull conch meat was cut into hundreds of pieces in the blink of an eye, falling into the big pot one after another. Han Fei looked at the big pot that was stuffed with meat and said in a daze, "It seems that we have to change to a bigger pot in the future." Lu Renquang nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not enough every time. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, "The higher the level of cultivation, the more energy you need, so it's normal for you to eat more." Han Fei asked, "Can't we just absorb spiritual energy without eating?" Xia Shaochan stirred the soup in the pot and smiled faintly. Spiritual energy is spiritual energy, but there are many things that spiritual energy can't replace, at least not now. So you still have to eat, so that you can cultivate faster than others. How could Han Fei know this? He simply thought that spiritual energy was everything and eating was just for the sake of his appetite. Was he wrong? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Yes, people can't eat rice. This truth must be followed wherever you go. At the table, everyone was eating heartily. Luo Xiaobai said, "Since we've already told each other our secrets, we should get familiar with each other's combat skills. Han Fei, the 4 of us came earlier than you, and only Shaochan arrived a month ago. Now that I thought about it, we were actually quite familiar with each other. We only needed to familiarize ourselves with the abilities that we hadn't displayed yet. However, you've just arrived, so you haven't used many of your abilities and combat skills yet. You need to let us experience them." Han Fei nodded and then asked, "Did we forget something? Doesn't a team need to have a name?" Lu Renquang added, "Yes, should we have a name? We're a team. We have to come up with a better name. How about the Madman Battle Team?" Zhang Xuanyu said disdainfully, "It's scary to be uneducated. Aren't you old-fashioned? They should be called Mystical Battle Squad." Xia Shaochan suddenly had an idea. "Secret team, we all have secrets." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Since the secret had already been revealed, how could he keep it a secret? Or the Thug Squad? It's the name of our school. Han Fei nodded. Thug is okay, but it's a bit old-fashioned. How about Thug Legend? We'll become the legend of the Blue Sea Town in the future. Zhang Xuanyu raised his hand and slapped Han Fei. "Here's a word for you, smart." Xia Shaochan was a little disgusted. vulgar. Lu Rinquang said indifferently, "Hey, but this name is good." Thug legend. When I first came in, I thought it was full of thugs. I was scared to death. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. I don't think it matters whether they are thugs or not. The word legend is very coquettish. Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Raise your hands." All of a sudden, the three boys raised their hands. Xia Shaochan picked up a dagger. "Quang Quang, you're getting bolder and bolder. Believe it or not, I'll kill you." While laughing, they casually decided on the name of the team. For this reason, in the countless years that followed, they often quarreled about this matter. In the end, they all put the blame on Han Fei. Since everyone was talking about it openly, the relationship between everyone inexplicably became a little closer. In the next half-month, each of them would be beaten by the other four with various combat skills and spiritual beasts. One day after half a month, today, it was Han Fei's turn to be beaten again. At this moment, in the huge field at the foot of the mountain, dust was flying. Lu Rinquang was indignant. This is too much. This guy's defense is too strong. Zhang Xuanyu attacked with his long rod. Blood qi burn. After Zhang Xuanyu used this damn power, Han Fei only felt that his whole body was extremely hot and his blood was almost boiling. He could feel that every time he was attacked, his blood would be lost. Han Fei said with a black face, "Zhang Xuanyu, just wait. When it's your turn, I'll definitely beat you to the ground." Xia Shaochan shouted, "Shadow explosion." On the ground and in the air, there were shadows everywhere. Countless Xia Zioacans appeared, and the sky was full of daggers and knife lights. Clang, clang, clang. The water shield under Han Fei's feet was directly smashed, and he waved the purple bamboo rod like the wind, but he was still stabbed dozens of times by Xia Shaochan. Yes, stabbing. Before, Xia Shaochan was afraid of hurting Han Fei, so she just chopped. Later, she found that Han Fei's defense was amazing, so she changed from chopping to stabbing. Fortunately, his defense was strong. If it were others, they would have been stabbed. Until now, all the wounds on Han Fei's body were stabbed by this girl. As for dealing with others, Xia Shaochan usually didn't use her full strength. Even Lu Rinquang, a fatty, couldn't withstand Xia Shaochan's storm-like, explosive attacks. Han Fei seized the opportunity and suddenly stabbed at Zhang Xuanyu with his rod. The latter's face changed slightly. However, when Zhang Xuanyu saw a vine wrap around him, the corners of his mouth immediately raised into a smile. "You can't hit me." Han Fei was annoyed, but now he understood. Why did the manipulator have to be killed first in a team? This kind of character was simply abnormal. As long as he couldn't be killed, he could remotely support any teammate at any time. Waterfall. Han Fei deliberately let Lu Rinquang knock him away and used the water control technique in the air, and a water mist directly surged towards Luo Xiaobai. Flower bloom! A big mouth suddenly appeared under Luo Xiaobai's feet, and a huge man-eating flower swallowed her and then closed its mouth. Han Fei muttered, "You can't stop it, haha." Flying in the sky, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. When did Xia Shaochan already squat on his stomach? Damn, it's cold! Immediately afterward, Han Fei was beaten to the ground. The four of them seized the opportunity and came up to beat him up. After a moment, Han Fei said gloomily, "Don't hit my face." "Xia Shaochan, you're too much. I've never hit your face." Xia Shaochan pretended to be weak. "Little brother, can you bear to hit my face?" Han Fei waved his hand. He had enough of her charm. "Xia Shaochan, if you do this again, I'll kiss you." Xia Shaochan's face changed. "Have you asked for the knife in my hand? Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death." While everyone was lying on the ground to rest, they saw Xiao Zhan emerge from the forest without them noticing. He looked at the panting people and said blankly, "I'll give you a moment to rest. As long as you can hold on for half an hour, you can get the first brocade sachet." Everyone's eyes lit up. Is the first brocade sachet finally here? Lu Rinquang asked. Teacher, will you lower your strength? Xiao Zhan grinned. Dangling fisher. Everyone, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, no. Teacher, we haven't become great fishing masters yet. Xiao Zhan grinned. Then, do you want to go to the fishery? Do you want to go fishing? Do you want to catch contractual spiritual beasts? Do you want to go treasure hunting? If you want to, try to hold on. By the way, I'll stand still. Read 2. Chapter 151. Xiao Zhan's words fiercely provoked the 5 people present. 5 people, including a peak-level fishing master. We're going to defeat a dangling fisher? Luo Xiaobai said without hesitation, okay. Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. Great, I want to try it too. Han Fei was also looking forward to it. What did a dangling fisher look like? Only Lu Rinquang muttered, I'm an armorist. It's up to you to fight. Everyone, tisk! When Renyu looked at Old by beside her and said, after reaching a certain level of strength, the number of people doesn't mean anything, right? Old by scoffed, you haven't experienced the battle that year. What's wrong with the level gap? They have all 5 professions, not to mention 30 minutes. They should be able to kill a dangling fisher. When Renyu frowned, I didn't experience the battle that year, but I haven't seen many junior great fishing masters defeat fishers. In the field, the 5 of them lined up in a row. Luo Xiaobai announced, start. Everyone was used to Luo Xiaobai's decisiveness. At this moment, when she shouted for the battle to start, it meant that the battle had begun. Fuse. Attach. Although Han Fei now had a little control over the fusion of the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes, it was not enough. So if he fused them at the beginning, it might ruin the whole thing. Luo Xiaobai shouted, bind. Countless vines shot out from all directions, directly binding Xiao Zhan's limbs, waist, and neck. Luo Xiaobai muttered, spirit devouring. Xia Xiaochan shouted, shadow kill. Lu Rinquang shouted, storm of knives and swords. 7-layered waves in furious sea. 7-star chain. In an instant, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. Luo Xiaobai's vines, Han Fei's chains, and Lu Rinquang's swords and knives flew out of his armor box. Xia Xiaochan had already appeared behind Xiao Zhan and stabbed her daggers at Xiao Zhan's neck. Zhang Xuanyu's frontal attack also arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhan was surrounded by colorful battle techniques. Humph! Bang! Xiao Zhan's body suddenly emitted a strong burst of spiritual energy with him as the center. With just one impact, Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaochan were blown away. Lu Rinquang's weapons clattered, but none of them could break through Xiao Zhan's spiritual energy protective cover. Han Fei and Lu Rinquang looked at each other. Crash! This was a combo combat skill developed by Han Fei and Lu Rinquang. Both of them possessed astonishing strength, and when they attacked at the same time with all their might, it was no less than a small mountain pressing down. Bang! Spiritual energy surged out of Xiao Zhan's fists, and he punched at the 2 figures. But Lu Rinquang flew 7 or 8 meters away and was caught by a vine. At that moment, Han Fei activated a spiritual energy protective cover and punched Xiao Zhan's knee with the purple bamboo rod when he was about to fly out. Xiao Zhan's left leg was slightly bent, and his spiritual energy protective cover was smashed. Han Fei also flew, but he didn't fly out. Han Fei stepped on the air and stabbed the 2 knives on his waist at Xiao Zhan's chest. At the same time, he shouted, "Spiral strike!" Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Zhan's spiritual energy protective cover disappeared, Xia Xiaochan turned into a shadow, circled to Xiao Zhan's left, and stabbed at Xiao Zhan's armpit. The sharp blade was visible to the naked eye. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Blood qi burn!" Soul explosion. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Ghost whip!" At the same time when they were repelled for the first time, they immediately started the second round of bombardment, and no one fell. Xiao Zhan roared, "Armor!" A phantom armor appeared on his body, and then he punched at Xia Xiaochan's dagger and blocked Han Fei's 2 daggers with his other fist. But at this time, Han Fei had arrived and hit Xiao Zhan in the middle of his ribs with a solid spiral strike. At the same time, a huge vine whipped at Xiao Zhan's left leg, and everyone shouted in unison, "Fatty, give him a fatal blow!" Lu Renkuang patted the box with one hand, and a strange knife light pierced through the air in the blink of an eye, stabbing at Xiao Zhan's lower abdomen. Kacha! The phantom armor was broken, and so was the spiritual energy protective cover. Xiao Zhan limped, but his hands didn't stop moving. He grabbed Han Fei's rod with one hand and Xia Xiaochan's hand with the other, throwing them away at the same time. The only thing that made Xiao Zhan a little dizzy was that his mind was attacked by Zhang Xuanyu. He could deal with attacks from all directions, but he couldn't deal with soul attacks, so he could only take them head-on. After half an hour, Lu Renkuang was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. His armor combat skills consumed too much energy. Even if Han Fei gave him enough spiritual energy, his face was already pale. Zhang Xuanyu was slapped away by Xiao Zhan and lay on the ground like a corpse. Han Fei chuckled. "You two are not loyal." Xia Xiaochan blade storm. With 2 knives in their hands, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan attacked at the same time. Xiao Zhan was surrounded by knife light, and his attacks were clanking. Relatively speaking, Xia Xiaochan, as a hunter, was more violent when she attacked. She left many white marks on Xiao Zhan's body and even cut his skin. Han Fei, on the other hand, slashed at Xiao Zhan many times but failed to cut his skin. Xiao Zhan asked, "Are you done?" "It's my turn." Xiao Zhan roared fiercely and opened his own armor box, not far away. The sky was also full of knives and swords, and for a moment no one could intervene at all. Luo Xiaobai's vines were shattered in an instant, and she didn't even have a chance to approach. This state lasted for nearly 30 seconds, and Han Fei helplessly found that most of his clothes were torn. Xia Xiaochan vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated. She didn't have Han Fei's abnormal defense power. Luo Xiaobai said, "Han Fei, it's time." Han Fei's face sank. "Fuse." When the Yin-Yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately put on a hideous look and chuckled. So everyone only saw Han Fei and Xiao Zhan fighting head-on, and the 2 of them were extremely fast. But everyone also found that Xiao Zhan's knife couldn't hit Han Fei. Han Fei dodged it every time. In the distance, Old Bai narrowed his eyes. From now on, forbid him from using the Yin-Yang divine eyes. Wenran Yu nodded. "He's too monstrous. I'm just afraid that some people will covet him." "Well, I can't be recognized by others for the time being. He's still too weak now. It's not good to expose himself too early." Wenran Yu nodded. "Does this count as a pass?" Old Bai replied, "I guess so. In terms of combat, we cooperate well. However, the use of his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast is extremely poor." "Hey, Han Fei, time's up," Lu Renkuang called from the side. Xia Xiaochan stroked her hair and said, "It's useless to call him now. We have to wait until he has had enough." Zhang, Xuanyu got up from the ground and sighed. "This Yin-Yang divine eyes is really powerful. I don't think I can beat this guy alone." Luo Xiaobai said, "Let me." With that, dozens of vines shot at Han Fei. However, Han Fei just twisted his body a few times, and with a few cold flashes, the vines all broke and fell to the ground. Zhang, Xuanyu, clicked his tongue. "What did I say? You can't even touch him." Xia Xiaochan put away her dagger and no longer paid attention to him. "Okay, what shall we eat today? How about hot pot?" Lu Renkuang nodded. "I agree. And barbecue." Zhang, Xuanyu chuckled. "Have you ever not eaten?" Xia Xiaochan added, "I'm going to the plantation to pick spiritual fruits." Lu Renkuang quickly caught up with her. "I'll go with you." Half an hour later, Xia Xiaochan and Lu Renkuang came back with a big bag, only to find that Han Fei was lying on the ground, looking at them with his head tilted. You two have no conscience. I was fighting over there, and you went to pick vegetables. Xia Shaochan said indifferently. No one asked you to continue fighting. Look, you can't even control your spiritual beast. How can you blame us? Han Fei. Xia Shaochan asked, Where is the brocade sachet? Luo Xiaobai raised her hand. Xia Shaochan quickly ran over and grabbed the brocade sachet, reading, Blue Sea Arena 100 game winning streak. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, I heard that since the opening of the Blue Sea Arena, there have only been 2 100-game winning streaks. The last time was 30 years ago, and it was our Thug Academy who broke the record. Zhang Xuanyu sat on the tree trunk and sighed. The teacher said that this is the simplest of the 6 brocade sachets. If you want to go to the fishery, finish this first. Read 2. Chapter 152. When they were eating hot pot, Xiao Zhan, Old Bai, and Luo Xiaochan appeared and smelled the hot pot. Lu Rinquang asked, President, when are we going to the arena? Old Bai took a sip of wine and said, Whatever. Go to the library first and find a backup combat skill to learn. Lu Rinquang asked, Backup combat skill? Xiao Zhan picked up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Everyone can't completely expose their trump cards. Han Fei's Yin-Yang Divine Eyes are banned. Go, choose a trump card combat skill. Xia Shaochan was surprised. In our library, we don't have any trump card combat skills. I've read them all. Old Bai asked, Have you turned over the floor? Everyone. They were speechless. Isn't this a library? Why do you hide all the good books under the floor? Who the hell would turn over the floor? Xia Shaochan got up. I'm full. Luo Xiaobai also got up. I'm full too. Even Lu Rinquang, a carnivore, just grabbed a few big prawns and stood up. I've been on a diet recently. Zhang Xuanyu wiped his mouth and got up. President, teacher, take your time. Slurp! Han Fei unhurriedly sucked the drunken prawns and then continued to fish mushrooms from the hot pot. Old Bai glanced at him. Why don't you go? Anyway, the books won't run away. It doesn't matter if I go earlier or later. Hey, Mr. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Zhan picked up Han Fei and threw him out, snorting. You should lose weight. Han Fei was speechless. I've lost a little weight recently. Han Fei patted his butt and walked unhurriedly to the library, muttering that he hadn't eaten yet. Xiao Zhan smiled. I don't know how they will react when they see it. Wenran Yu thought for a while. Anyway, I was shocked at the beginning. Old Bai urged, Come on. We won't be able to eat it for the next few days. When Han Fei arrived at the library, he didn't see anyone. Then he found an underground entrance behind a bookshelf. No wonder the old man insisted on building a new one on the old site of the library. It turned out that there were still secrets in it. When Han Fei walked in, he found that the 4 of them were in a daze. When he walked in, Han Fei was also a little stunned. There were countless memorial tablets hanging on the wall, and there was a small pit next to each tablet. Lu Rinquang gasped. Then, how many people died? Zhang Xuanyu swallowed his saliva. Too many to count. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. So, they left their battle techniques? Xia Shaochan narrowed her eyes. I just want to know what happened back then. Why did so many people die? Han Fei stepped forward, took out a fish skin map from a small pit, and read, Wang Yu, peak-level hidden fisher, exotic spiritual beast, king crab, fought 382 times in his life, won 381 times, and drew once. Ultimate spirit retention, rank battle skill, monarch scissors. Hiss, gulp, Han Fei swallowed. A peak-level hidden fisher at that. Wouldn't he be even stronger than Fang Zhe? He had never been defeated in his life, but he died? On the other side, Xia Shaochan also picked up a fish skin map and read, Chunyu Junior Law Enforcer, exotic spiritual beast, red flame dragon horse, once killed an advanced explorer with double knives. Demon level, mid-quality battle skill, blood-drinking knife. At this moment, the 5 of them were deeply shocked. They didn't know what a law enforcer was, but they thought it must be stronger than a hidden fisher. Besides, this person could even fight above her level. How extraordinary! The cultivation methods they cultivated were also very unusual. Han Fei only knew mortal level and mystic level, but there were spirit level and demon level ones here. Luo Xiaobai was stunned. There must be a big secret here. Zhang Xuanyu said with difficulty, I know, but I suddenly feel that we are so weak. Luo Xiaobai said, I'm afraid it's useless for us to know such a secret. Let's find the combat skills. Don't be greedy. Everyone nodded. This was a shrine and also a treasure house. If this treasure house was known to the outside world, the whole outside world would go crazy for it. They didn't delay and looked through the holes one by one. Han Fei didn't hesitate and looked through them one by one. He directly used the method of elimination. He eliminated physical training methods and combat techniques that girls practiced. He mainly focused on saber combat techniques and concealed weapons. The secret method spirit explosion technique. Detonate blood and spiritual energy to double your combat power, which lasts for half an hour. The demon level high quality combat skill 1000-star slash. A spirit gather combat skill that draws spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the blade. When mastered, it can cut mountains and destroy cities. The heaven level combat skill God slaying fist. They had just read dozens of books, and Xia Shaochan shouted, Wait a minute. Lu Renkuang immediately stepped back. I'm so scared. I want to choose every one of them. They're so strong. Every one of them is so strong. Zhang Xuanyu echoed, Me too. Han Fei nodded. Yes, I'm dazzled. Luo Xiaobai said, Don't choose randomly. Every combat skill is very attractive, but we're using them to save our lives, so we must choose the most suitable one. Everyone nodded and then continued to read. 1 book, 2 books, 10 books. Although Han Fei had been tempted, he still chose every one of them in the end. Heaven-level combat skill War God Bao, an 8-bow combat skill. When 8 arrows are shot, the enemy will die. It's said that this bow skill has a 9th arrow, and when the arrow is shot, the soul will be destroyed. For some reason, Han Fei was directly attracted by this combat skill. He had always wanted to practice a kind of bow skill, but he never had a chance. What attracted him this time was that this war god Bao had the ability to shatter the enemy's soul. This was very strong. He couldn't help but be tempted. It must be noted that Zhang Xuanyu relied on soul attacks to surpass countless geniuses. Okay, Han Fei began to read. After a while, Han Fei saw the data change. War God Bao, heaven level, mid-quality remarks. The best bow skill in the 1000-star city 3,000 years ago. The 9th arrow is shot and no one can block it. This combat skill is infinitely close to high quality. Deduced art. War Soul Art Degree of Completion. 0100000, seeing 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This number was beyond his expectation. How could it be so low? But different from before, he didn't know what he could deduce. But this combat skill directly showed him the result. Xia Shaochan tilted her head. Han Fei, have you chosen? Oh, not yet. With that, Han Fei put down the war god Bao and continued to search. Suddenly, Lu Renkuang shouted, I found it. It's this armor art. Awesome. Continue to choose. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. I also found it. The mystic killing rod is very suitable for me. The other 3 were still rummaging. After a while, Xia Shaochan suddenly said, I found one, but it's not enough. I need to find another one. Don't be greedy. Xia Shaochan nodded. I know. Han Fei flipped through the books, one by one. Finally, when he found a knife skill, he was tempted. The demon-level combat skill. Million knife art? This was a knife control technique. In theory, he could control as many knives as he had. Perhaps for others, this was difficult. Who had the time to collect so many knives? And the quality of each knife was different. If he encountered a powerful enemy, this combat skill might not necessarily work, such as Han Fei, who had a super strong defense. But Han Fei was not an ordinary person. He could refine weapons. He just needed to spend spiritual energy and materials. Although neither the War God Bao nor the Million Knife Art were life-saving combat skills, his biggest life-saving method was the Demon Purification Pot. If he hid in the Demon Purification Pot, who could kill him? I've also chosen the Million Knife Art is more suitable for me. Xia Shaochan was surprised. I've read that book, but the requirements are too high. I need a lot of knives, and they must be at least of the quality of magic weapons. Otherwise, it's useless to fight against dangling fishers. Han Fei exclaimed, I'm rich. Everyone, Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Oh, I forgot that this guy is a rich guy. Xia Xiaochan's face was all black. So what if he's rich? But it seems it's really amazing. Han Fei was about to leave when he glanced around and suddenly found a spirit-level combat skill, war body technique, next to the Million Knife Art. Han Fei shouldn't have paid attention to this book. After searching around, they found that most of the spirit-level combat skills were spirit-level combat skills, followed by demon-level combat skills and heaven-level combat skills. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to spirit-level combat skills, but Han Fei was different. He thought of the mystic body technique. He vaguely remembered that the mystic body technique was only a mortal-level, high-quality body cultivation method, which was deduced by him and turned into the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. What a coincidence, right? Han Fei reached out to the war body technique, opened it, and had a strange look on his face. War body technique, a body tempering technique. Temper the acupoints all over the body with pure spiritual energy. Build a spirit-absorbing body and continuously absorb spiritual energy from the void in battle. Yes, this is it. Read 2. Chapter 153. Han Fei was excited. Like the indestructible body art, the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing was both a body refining technique and a combat skill. After all, the 108 movements brought far more benefits to Han Fei than body refining itself. Han Fei quickly read the war body technique, and after a while the data appeared. War body technique, incomplete spirit level, remarks body tempering technique. Temper the acupoints all over the body with pure spiritual energy. Build a spirit-absorbing war body, and continuously absorb spiritual energy from the void in battle. Disadvantages. Lack of physical combat skills can't last long. Deduced technique, spirit-absorbing war body degree of completion. 050000 Han Fei said with a smile. Okay, I've made my choice. Have you made your choice? Luo Xiaobai raised a combat skill in her hand and said, Spiritual energy wedding dress. You can put on a layer of spiritual energy battle suit. Han Fei said, Luo Xiaobai, we're looking for a life-saving combat skill. Luo Xiaobai raised another one. Death substitute. You can swap bodies with spiritual plants and let spiritual plants die for you. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. What kind of combat skills are these? Can I learn them? Luo Xiaobai muttered, no. Xia Shaochan was still rummaging. After a while, she came out with 2 books and waved them. Supreme Stab, Stealth Kill, 2 assassination combat skills. When they came out of the library, Luo Xiaobai blocked the place with bookshelves. Everyone agreed. Few battle techniques in the Blue Sea town could match those in the book. With so many combat skills displayed here, wouldn't the Thug Academy be destroyed if others knew about it? Outside the door, Xiao Zhan was standing at the door. He glanced at Han Fei strangely. Han Fei, someone is looking for you. Han Fei. At the gate of the Thug Academy, Xia Shaochan and the others followed them curiously. Lu Rinquang immediately shouted, "Another fatty! There are so many fatties in this world." They were none other than Li Gan and Li Gang. As soon as Li Gang saw Han Fei, he immediately shouted, "Young master, young master!" Li Gan replied, "Greetings, leader." Han Fei was surprised. "Why are you here?" Li Gang smiled flatteringly. "Young master, I was afraid that you wouldn't have enough money in the town and would starve. As a matter of fact, I asked Li Gan to personally come with me to bring you some pocket money." Xia Shaochan stared at the 3 big boxes and was stunned. "Wow!" Zhang Xuanyu's rod fell to the ground with a clatter. "Wow!" Han Fei rolled his eyes at them and then looked at Li Gang. "How much?" Li Gang clapped his hands and saw someone carrying 3 large boxes into the school. Li Gang smiled obsequiously. "Young master, the village's business is good. Here are 30,000 mid-quality pearls. Is it enough?" Hiss! Lu Rinquang fell to the ground. When they saw Han Fei, they didn't see him as a brother at all, but as a huge pearl. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Xiao Zhan, who was about to pick up the basket and go out to sell the bull snails, had a dark expression on his face. "How much?" Xia Shaochan pretended to be shy. "Little brother, do you want to make a deal with money?" Zhang Xuanyu said earnestly, "Fei Fei, our food expenses are not small now." When Li Gang saw Han Fei's classmates, he couldn't help but despise them in his heart. "You want to freeload my young master's money?" Han Fei shivered and then kicked Zhang Xuanyu speechlessly. "When you become a great fishing master tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhang Xuanyu patted his chest. "Soon, soon. How can I let the 4 of you keep suppressing me?" Li Gang was shocked. What did he mean? There seemed to be a lot of information in this sentence. Did he mean that the people in front of him were all great fishing masters except for Zhang Xuanyu? Han Fei patted Li Gang on the shoulder. "Let's see if we can exchange them for high-quality pearls next time. It's not easy for me to carry so many mid-quality pearls." Lu Rinquang and the others said, "I'll help you carry them." Han Fei didn't care. It was very troublesome to carry the money. Li Gang took Han Fei to the side and said, "Young master, we've discussed it. It seems that the spending power of the village is limited. Shall we go to the Blue Sea town?" Han Fei frowned. "Oh, you're willing to come out?" Li Gang chuckled. "Of course, as long as you have money, you can come. When I came here just now, I saw this large plantation outside. It's dozens of times larger than the one in our village. Young master, can you handle it?" Han Fei chuckled. "You're ambitious. I'll go ask." Before Han Fei turned around, he saw Old Bai walking out of the school valiantly and energetically. He looked at Han Fei seriously. "Can plantations make money?" Han Fei scratched his belly. "Yes, I made my fortune on old Zhang's plantation in the Heavenly Water Village." Smack! Old Bai slapped Han Fei on the shoulder, numbing half of his body. "Why didn't you say so earlier? The plantation was almost overgrown with weeds. Hurry up! Let your people come over and deal with it. As for the money, the school will give you 20%. Han Fei's face turned black. "President, you're too greedy. I have to provide manpower, rent shops, and recruit people, and you only give me 20%? Old Bai also seemed to realize that he had gone too far and tentatively asked, 30%? Han Fei was helpless. 60%, 60% for me, and 40% for you. Old Bai's eyes widened. "What?" Old Bai said angrily, "This is my plantation." Old Bai's words stunned everyone present. "Didn't you just say it was a weed garden?" Han Fei said slyly, "Then you'll make even more money. How about this? I'll give another 10% to the 4 of them." Zhang Xuanyu raised his hand. "I agree." Old Bai rolled his eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. "It's none of your business." Xia Shaochan also said slyly, "Grandpa President, think about it. How can the people from their village gain a foothold in the town? Do you have to support them when something goes wrong? Give us 10%. We'll take care of them, and you just have to wait to collect the money. Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochan. She's so sensible. He struck while the iron was hot. 60%. You'll make a profit. 70,000 mid-quality pearls a month. You can squander it. Old Bai's eyebrows twitched. He was shocked by this number. 70,000 to 80,000 mid-quality spiritual beads? Damn, this is a bit much. Old Bai pondered for a while. Okay, but the plantation, school, won't take care of it. You can take care of it yourself. Han Fei secretly cursed the old man for taking 40% of the profits for free. Fortunately, he took Xia Shaochan and the others with him. Otherwise, who would take care of it? It was impossible to count on old Bai. Okay, just wait for the Thug Academy to become the richest of the 4 major academies. After saying that, old Bai left. When passing by Xiaozhan, Xiaozhan asked, Old Bai, do I not need to sell bull conches? Old Bai sneered. Nonsense. You are a teacher of the Thug Academy. Do you need to sell bull conches? When Ren Yu asked, Old Bai, do I not need to go to work in the Linglong Tower? Old Bai said matter-of-factly, Of course, you can take 2 baskets of mid-quality pearls and go shopping in the Linglong Tower. When Ren Yu smiled, Vanity. Old Bai sighed. I've been poor for 30 years. Can't I recruit a rich student? Back then, not to mention 70,000 mid-quality pearls. Even 70,000 to 80,000 high-quality pearls were just a drop in the bucket. When Ren Yu chuckled, Keep bragging. Sometimes I'm so hungry that I don't have food to eat, so I just bask in the sun. Han Fei turned to Li Gang and said, Did you see that? The headquarters of the fish dragons will be located in the Blue Sea town. At that time, if someone finds fault with us, you can find anyone from the Thug Academy. Lu Rinquang clapped his hands. Yes, if someone dares to find fault with us, you can find me. Zhang Xuanyu stamped his feet. Yes, I'll go with Fatty. Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. You can also find me. Li Gang looked at them blankly, and then at Han Fei. Han Fei kept winking at him, thinking, Idiot. For super potential stocks, I bought 10% of the shares. You can't do this business anywhere. Why are you so blind? Han Fei said leisurely, Little Gang, from now on, these people will be our shareholders. Send some food and toys to us when you're free, understand? Gulp. Yes. Li Gang was a bit confused. Didn't the village leader say that the school that Han Fei went to didn't even have a door? He said that it was too poor to look at. But the current situation was not right. They might be poor, but they seemed a bit fierce. Li Gang took a deep breath. Young master, don't worry. I will handle this matter well. Read 2.